Yeah. Please tell me that I can't, that I won't, that I fail, that I'll never make it out, yeah. Please tell me all the bad, never good, fill my head full of every single doubt, yeah. Please say any negative thoughts, I pop off when I hear people say I cannot. I get off to the thought of proving everyone wrong, I won't stop to the top, so you better back off and get lost. I'ma stay loud, stay proud, never running out, never heading south. I'll be spreading out, call it word of mouth, can't put me down, I'll be getting loud. You can have your doubts, not what I'm about, have your f***ing cloud, it be raining now, I keep making sound, go another round, I'm legend bound, can't stop me now. You don't wanna fuck with me, a slow burn like a disease. Just tell me that I can and I'll show you things that you couldn't believe. Just tell me that I can. 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 Anything negative, cause I just wanna hear it out your mouth, yeah. Give me fuel, it's a tool that I use to go ahead and run my mouth, yeah. I take shots, I take loss, I make shots, I miss lots. That's how you get big boss, you get yachts, you swing lots and pop off a big shot. I ain't done chasing, got big dreams, bigger things, impatient. Who's at the top think they need replacement? Who's at the top think I'm gonna erase them? Face it, I don't give up quick, I don't give up, I won't give up this. Cause I know that I want it, know that I'm on it, I'll make it, I promise. You don't wanna fuck with me, a slow burn like a disease. Just tell me that I can and I'll show you things that you couldn't believe. Just tell me that I can. Just tell me that I can. Just tell me that I can. Just tell me that I can.
Yo, Bash, you gotta mute that. What's going on, everybody? Good evening. Welcome to the Late Show with Bass and Truth. How are you guys doing this evening?
Hey, like Fat Albert says.
See, you got primal, casual conversation with GNA. Sue, Bear, Red, what's going on? I'm missing people. Ralph, what's up? Like Miss Lakea, how are you doing? I see you're enjoying that AC. Very nice, very nice. Mr. Sean G, Mr. Sean G. I think it's a mix. I think that video I sent, it's a mixture of insect and robot. I'll show you guys that in a minute. But yeah,
you're a little choppy there.
Can you hear me now? Hello. Am I good?
You're still a little choppy.
I'll fix that in a minute. But yeah. So how's everybody doing this evening? Am I still choppy? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yo, I'm gonna reset something. You take over for a minute, all right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So what's going on, everyone? How was y'all day today? Kind of shitty here in New York. But you know what's awesome? Tomorrow night, I'm going to see Bill Burr play the original site of Woodstock. I can't wait for that shit. I love that dude. He's hilarious. What's up, Chase? Chris Cat.
Yo, am I coming in good now?
Loud and clear.
Nice. I connected to my extender here. But yeah, yesterday was Bass and I's 38th birthday. We didn't hang out with each other because he had a doctor's appointment earlier in the day. What did you do, Bass? You went fishing, right?
All damn day.
No, we were down in we were down at Jersey Shore. I heard it was like almost 90 something degrees up here.
Well, yes, dude, I don't know what it was, but I know the sun cooked me. I can't tell you that. I'm a black guy with tan lines right now.
Speaking about cooked, right? So I know she's not gonna like this, but for the fourth time we've been at a beach, my wife got burnt again. I keep saying, yo, put suntan lotion on. Put suntan lotion on 2 hours after being into the ocean. Yeah. Yeah. She's not doing well. Not doing well. And my kids, right? Because my kids are mixed. They're halfway, half black. Their skin color is like caramel color. My 6-year-old, if his short tan line, it's ridiculous. You would think like somebody just took a paintbrush and just painted a line across his back. Oh no, yeah, it's not, her sunburn isn't as bad as when we went to Hawaii. When we were in Hawaii, dude, like you guys see the red in my background up there? Well, yeah, up there, pointing my finger there. Yeah, she looked like that, dude. Because we was on the beach for like 5 hours. I was drunk, I admit that. So I just sat in the sun. But her and the other people got in the ocean and just boiled like a lobster. Yep, exactly, Chase. Same thing. Like you would think my kids are like Cuban, like they're dark. They get dark. Although my oldest son doesn't because he just hangs out in his room most of the day. But he can't now. His Xbox fried like an hour and a half ago. So I go searching for a new Xbox for him. Yeah.
And just so everybody knows, my doctor's appointment didn't go as planned because as soon as I get there, they're like, "Oh, Mr. Watson, we've been trying to call you to reschedule your appointment." Like, what? No, you haven't. I have your number on my phone and I don't have any missed calls from you. I'm like, dude, you assholes keep playing games with me, we're gonna have a major problem. Like that's like the third time they rescheduled my shit. Like just get it done and over with.
Yeah.
Worse shit.
So yeah, it was a pretty decent day yesterday.
Yeah, caught a nice walleye. Lost about $50 worth of tackle.
You know, our older brother was asking me the other day. He was like, "Yo, what should I get Mike for y'all birthday?" I was like, "Fishing stuff." He's like, "Fishing stuff." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yo, he's got like 20 tackle boxes. He's got stuff in the back of our house. How much fishing shit does he need?" I'm like, "Yo, you don't understand. A fisherman needs his stuff. Like, it don't matter how much, you can always use more." Because, like you just said, he lost like $50 worth of tackle.
Imagine my rod and reels, and all my tackle. Like a woman who loves shoes and purses.
Yeah, I'll tell
There's
you.
no reason for it, but I have it.
Well, you still have at least like 20 something poles sitting on my back porch with like two bags
like,
worth of.
It's not that many. It
like
might be because I got
with 2 contractor bags full of tackle back there. Dude, when are you gonna come get that shit?
Dude, I think I got like 14 poles in the car right now.
He's not lying. Like, I rarely get in the car with him, and when I do, I'm always worried about I'm gonna get a hook in the finger or a hook in the butt or something like that. He's like, "Don't worry about it. I know where they all are." That's not the point, yo. Wire fishing hooks all over the car.
So just don't put your hand in the door handles. Watch where you sit, and you'll be all right.
So how are you supposed to close the door?
Use the window. Roll the window down. Put your hand outside the door.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. What's up, Dark? I just saw your message, man. We gotta set something up. Now I want to touch on something real quick. Listen, everybody here, I told you I was gonna fucking do it. Pardon my language, just got me really mad right now. But everybody in chat, you guys are family, right? You guys are all cool as fuck. That's how I try to run this. That's how I try to run my little thing here. Everybody's cool. Everybody's chill, right? I do not take kindly to having shit sent my way when I've done nothing wrong. You know who I'm talking to. I ended up in the hospital because of that fucking shit, dude. Like, not fucking cool. All right. So, don't show your face around here again. That's all I'm going to say to you. I'm going to leave it at that. Got me? All right. Moving on.
Hey.
All right. So what's going on in chat? Welcome to the late show, ladies and gentlemen. We're over here bullshitting. Matter of fact, let me bring up my Facebook real quick. I want to say because I sent Bass, did you see that video I sent you?
I don't know. After what Chaos sent me,
fly.
I don't know. After what Chaos sent me earlier, I'm nervous about clicking on anything.
Listen, I don't send you stuff with. Look, I would never send you a video like Chaos sent you. All right, you'd never get one of those from me. All right, so X out of that. Bring this up. Makes sense. All right, boom.
Chase wants in.
All right, Chase, give me 2 seconds, sir. Now, Chase, it's been addressed. Don't come in spazzing, dude. Yeah, well, I got you. I'm gonna drop it in. Yeah, I got you. Give me 2 seconds here. So we're gonna copy there.
I'm gonna put it on mute so I can watch this video real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, watch it. Paste. Boom. Email. Go to my email.
Man, what the fuck?
Are you watching one I sent you? You watching one I sent you and not the one Chaos sent you, right?
A little bug, right?
Yeah. Yep. All right, Val, I sent that over. Okay, so let's go to share screen. Microsoft Edge. Watch. Boom. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
That's just crazy, right?
Yeah.
Popped in there.
Shit.
Mr. Red. What's going on?
What's going on? You hear me?
Yep, we got you.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, Vault just hopped into. All right, hold on. All right, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna spaz out, but I'm like you, bro. I didn't do nothing. I don't appreciate it neither because that cost me a lot of money. So that's all I gotta say on that.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. All right. What we got? I came across earlier shit. What? Hold on. I got other shit playing on this too. All right, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're playing now.
All right,
Body Armor Bandit.
I'm working on it, dude. Give me a second. I can't get it to go. Oh, there it is. All right.
What's up?
Oh, I'm working on I got coffee. So this is Rita's.
Oh God. Oh.
Hi, Miss Christina. How are you doing?
Hi. What the heck is that?
That is apparently a polymer drone fly. used by the U.S. military. That shit looks fake. It looks like I don't know, man. I'm gonna play it. So watch.
It looks fake, but if you're not up on it, you wouldn't be able to tell what the hell it is.
Like, look at that.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I sent this to Sean and Bass earlier.
Oh my god.
I seen this video, I swear, like a year ago.
I'm just now
They've had
coming
this
across it.
technology before.
Yeah, like, look, that shit don't look that. Yeah, that's made of a material.
That's moving.
It looks like it's got a damn gas mask on.
It's moving. It's got legs that move.
Well,
I
I heard they have these things where they can release millions of those and just assassinate anybody they want with those things.
So go back a second.
Oh.
Dude,
What the hell?
dude,
That,
if you're
what the hell is that?
if you're not paying attention, that looks like a horse. Like, who said it?
A horsefly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a horsefly. You would never know the difference.
Like, what the hell is that on his back? Like when he
Probably a
releases it,
micro-
watch. When he
probably a
releases it,
microphone.
watch. When he releases it, look at it.
Dude, it's like it's got a mind of its own. It looks just like an insect, bro. It moves, balances itself like one, and everything.
You know what that might be? That might be the transmission receiver.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real bug, though,
Mr.
right?
Sean
No,
G,
that's-
how are you, sir?
Hey, what's going on?
I don't know nothing.
Yeah, I bet,
I
Bob.
don't know. I don't know nothing.
Your ass probably played with shit like this before.
Like, what the hell?
Y'all just need to keep up and start. If you want to learn about this, go look at the new artificial intelligence that they just released. This you got to remember. You're 5 to 10 years behind. Yeah, actually, you're about 15 years
20.
behind with the military.
About 20.
Now, check this out. I came across an article earlier. Did this researcher or engineer at Google claim that Google just had an AI like come to life, and then he got fired immediately?
Yeah, I've seen that too.
You saw that shit?
Yeah.
Say that one more time.
What he
There
got
was an
fired for?
engineer who
Sexual
said
harassment?
dude, I don't know. Probably.
Oh.
That's probably what they came up with.
Sorry.
But he went online. He went out and said that Google had an AI that just went online and it like went sentient, and he was fired immediately.
Huh.
The article's floating around out there.
What did he
Back to
do
the
to
shit.
get fired?
Just talk too much.
Yeah. That's supposed to be.
Loose lips sink ships.
Look at the
Yeah, because
front
I'm
of that
pretty
thing.
sure if you're working in one of those, like for like Google or something like that, and you're working in the research department, they make you sign some kind of like NDA or whatever.
Just
and you
remember,
probably
loose.
breach the contract.
Just remember, loose lips sink ships, and snitches wind up in ditches.
I would think if you knew that much detail about such sensitive information, you'd probably be implanted with some sort of remote detonating device on you. That, you know,
Tick, 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 boom.
Well, in the 90s, didn't they used to just wash your mind? Like they'd bring you in, wash it, and then before you left, wash it again, so you didn't remember what you did in that span of time where you were there. Pretty sure
They
that's what they
claim-
said Bob Lazar was doing. They did that shit to Bob Lazar.
Well, you can look at it this way. They did clean their mind, but once they cleaned it, it wasn't no going back. It left a small hole in the front and a large hole in the back.
Hey, Bass.
Yo,
Did Bob, I sent it to you too. Y'all get my shirt I'm designing?
Oh my God!
Did you get that, Bass?
no.
You didn't get that text message I sent you about the new shirt I'm on design?
Oh wait, dude. I don't. Dude, I be getting.
Look-
I don't be clicking on. Hold on.
Look at your text, bro.
He got sent a video from Chaos, and he's been disturbed by it all day. Like, so he's
I know I haven't
kinda-
watched that video yet.
What video what video is that? That alien video?
No.
Yeah.
No, no. Hey, is it the one? Is it the one? That, let me see.
Listen, you're not gonna guess it, so you might as well just stop. And I'm not.
Well, I'm pretty sure he sent that. I'm pretty sure he sent that to me too.
Hey, hold on. It can't be no worse than those photos I sent all y'all. Damn, Sean fucking scrubbed his computer, changed his hard drive, and everything else.
Now what? What the hell did you send me that I did that?
Oh yeah,
the pictures of
Did
Michael.
Oh! Fuck you!
I like
Damn
it,
it.
Sean. Fuck you.
That was.
Sean told me if I sent those pictures to him again, we couldn't be friends no more.
Lord.
I'd like to have my mind wiped.
You know, I don't even use the phone that shit was on. I don't even use that phone anymore. It's just like completely dead. I'm glad about that.
I've been having problems ever since with mine.
Hey, with friends like me, you don't need enemies.
That ain't right.
Hey, I was telling Christine about that the other day. She said, "Of what?" I said, "She goes, of what?" I said, "You don't want to know."
Did you show her that fucking picture?
No, I didn't. Luckily, I don't have that picture. Luckily, I don't have that picture.
Oh no, but I'm saying, listen, I can go back into text message. I'm gonna send it right back to you, buddy. Christina has to see that.
That ain't right, man. That ain't right. Hey, Vault, that number you gave me was disconnected, by the way.
It can't be.
The one you sent me an email was disconnected.
Oh, well, so that's what it kept saying to the one you sent me. That's why I hate
Seriously?
you guys. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me email it back to you.
All right.
All right, so I'm about to put something else up on screen, right? I want to get you guys' opinion on this. It
ain't an address.
That damn photo.
It ain't an address, is it?
Listen, I would not contaminate my desktop with that shit.
That just.
I said, Sean.
I'd like to get some sleep tonight and not have a reoccurring nightmare. I'd rather. Yeah, I'd have to go and watch pig slaughter for about 14 hours to get rid of that shit.
He called me that next day.
Huh. That's interesting, Rob.
Okay, so Bass sent this to me the other day. Is it up on the screen? All right, so let me go back here and
Chris Cat, I am not showing that video.
What?
Oh, damn.
I think he sent it to me. I'll show it to you. What the fuck is that?
Dude, the shit disappeared into a mountain.
in the side of a mountain.
Oh, damn.
That's
Is that
not
Cheyenne?
mountain.
That's not Cheyenne.
No, that's not Cheyenne. Oh shit. Hold on a second, y'all.
Is that near Area 51?
No, that's up in Alaska. Hold on. I'm fixing to show Christine this picture that Chase just sent me.
Oh,
That's
thank
Michael.
God Chase does not
Wait,
have
hold on,
my
hold on,
new
wait,
number. That's all I can tell you.
Time out. Can we get a live reaction?
Can we get
Come on. Come on.
What? She's trying to
Live
push the phone. Hold on.
That is so wrong.
That's the nicer
What's
one.
wrong with the boobs?
That's a man.
But why is the boob over there?
I don't know what the fuck. I'm trying to figure
What is he wearing?
That's what he used to wear.
His grandma's dress. That's bad.
That's what he used to wear to down get next to kids.
Look at his face.
I try not to.
our kids.
Yeah, Red, you saw that?
Oh,
I don't know where it was taken. Let me see. Hold on, let me bring the
that's
screen
so
back.
bad.
That was taken up in Alaska. I told y'all there's a base up there. Matter of fact, Iron Dagger talked about that base. There's a base up there that ain't very far from her through the mountains. Just under the mountains. That's where the black triangle and all that shit's supposed to be.
Oh, the Black Pyramid?
Yeah,
Oh, so you talking about
we've heard about the Black Pyramid before.
damn, I know the location.
There you go. How would you like to see that? Y'all supposed to get me punched.
I'm so glad I can't see that.
I'm so glad I still got it. Hey, listen, you deserve that, Cat. All that crap talking you be doing in the comments. Hey, man.
Eat some more gummies. Eat some more gummies and hush.
Don't worry, I got a vape pen now. Thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
Oh shit!
Hey, we're going. Hey, I'm going to up the damn dosage, and then I'm going to have a poster printed of that last picture you just sent me, and put it on your window.
Oh.
Oh, shit. That's all right. I'm going to hire your son to hijack your phone, and every time your alarm goes off to wake you up, that's what you get to see, buddy.
Oh, no.
Put it on a coffee mug. Oh, I'm going to get you a coffee mug made. Yes.
We're going to put it on a t-shirt and send it to you.
I already got a t-shirt. I can't wait to make it. I'm going to wear it everywhere.
Oh my god!
You
would think that if somebody would put that on the screen print, they'd just set fire to it and not send it out.
I believe it catch you on fire anyway. That's the shirt he's talking about making.
That's a good one.
She said that.
You want to do something? Get a fucking 6'6" cardboard cutout of that, and put it outside next to a fence. So when somebody walks out their backyard, that thing is staring right at them, and have a video recording the entire time and catch their reaction.
I'm fixing to shoot the shit out of the fence.
Good idea.
Hey, what's up, Blues? Let's see you in chat, homie.
What's up, Blue?
I can't see chat.
So yeah.
How many likes do we get?
Well, originally we were gonna do a show
What the
tonight.
hell? Hold on. How many people is in here?
24.
There's 4 people in here. Why the hell is there only 8 damn likes?
18.
18. Well, 18. Come on now.
Mike got
I know I'm from Mississippi, but I can do math better than that.
Barely.
Look, I got my shoes. Hey, I got my shoes off, so I can go to 20.
Oh my god.
Oh, man. You add in that corn, and you'll have 21.
Really?
Oh wow, Lord!
I think Sue's requesting to see this picture, but
Something's wrong with that.
I'm not saying
Soon, we don't want to do like that. No, you don't want to go.
Whatever. If that picture ever makes it back to me, whoever's seeing it, I'm never ever going to talk to you fuckers again.
Yeah.
Hey, he can't show that on YouTube because they will just that'll get his channel banned faster than showing how to build a full auto AK.
Yeah, it will. No.
In this sick world, it'll probably go viral.
Oh,
Wait, I thought all his stuff was copyrighted.
all this stuff is copyrighted.
It'll haunt your dreams.
Well, yeah, I don't think a ghost can have a copyright.
It will haunt your dreams, I'm telling you.
Well, he can haunt y'all.
Yeah.
I was having a pretty damn decent day until you popped that image back in my head, buddy.
Listen, man, I'd rather deal with Freddy Krueger than that son bitch.
What are you talking about? It looks like Freddy Krueger. I don't know what you're talking about. It looks just like it.
Well, hey, in my defense, I am the Vault of Nightmares, so
Oh no,
It's
waiting
the
for the
ge-
sun. It is that bad. Yeah, it is. No,
yeah,
no,
your eyes would last longer if you just stared directly into the sun.
no.
Damn.
Like I said, that anyway. Like I said, all I can say is the person that's running around sending shit out to people. You may be having a conversation with him if you don't learn to go away and quit.
Yeah. Lord have mercy, man. I love them lead injectors. Sometimes they come in handy. Ain't that
I'm
right?
just saying, look, I don't believe in damn coincidences. And when 5 people wind up in the hospital the same damn day, and y'all are fucking hundreds of miles apart, and there ain't but one denominator to everybody. And this is the crazy thing. All of y'all had these same fucking symptoms. And
Yeah, that's the crazy shit. That unfucking believable to me.
Listen, man, I didn't feel shit. I didn't feel not a thing.
Chaos. Oh, I got diarrhea a little bit. Apparently, it don't work on me.
okay. I'm not. That's a shitty situation, and I ain't touching it. But like I said, I don't understand the whole purpose of why they did it. What are you laughing? Yeah, she about to fell off on the floor over here. Like I said, I don't understand the whole purpose. The reason why they said that they did it made absolutely no more sense than them doing it.
Hey man, all I gotta say is the Bible don't play when they say they got a retrobate mind. So I'm good with it. It is what it is, man. It's sad. Everybody, everybody's cool, and somebody has taken a different direction for no reason. All they had to do was apologize, and just own up to it. It's not a big deal. That's what men do.
I don't need them to own up to shit. Don't ever.
That's not
ever
the point.
contact
The point.
me again, man.
That's now. But what I'm saying is, when it had happened, if they would have owned up and been a man about it, then it would be
Only
cool.
only men own up to their own shit, honey.
Yeah.
And then, I'm not even the one that was fucking spazzing out about the situation. You know what I mean? And then that, what the fuck, dude? What? It's all right. It's all right. Like I said, lucky I don't know that shit. I'd come at you like Sam and Dean Winchester from Supernatural.
That's all right. Somebody that does know that shit has been put on it.
As a matter of fact, I gotta go into YouTube Studio later and get rid of that shit. Oh hell yeah, Roth, come on in. Let me drop the link, homie.
Well, I said, let's put it this way. I have a friend down in New Orleans that has a shop, and she is called Voodoo Mary for a fucking reason.
Oh yeah, I'll talk to her. She's
right.
interesting lady.
So all right. So for anybody who doesn't really know what we're talking about, Bear, I'm gonna direct this to you. There has been a situation going on for about 2 weeks now, where somebody who was associated with us,
somebody was supposed to be a friend of ours.
Yeah, that's the worst part about it.
Somebody associated with us threw some said some shit in the back end of a live stream. They thought it was funny, but it totally wasn't. And he had gotten a talking to about it, and then got uppity and sent some shit at a group of us, which one person in this group had nothing to do with the situation. Nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? And then to come to find out earlier today, I talked to Chase because I talked to the one person who didn't have anything to do with it. She had the same symptoms I did, talked to Chase earlier. I was like, yo, let me call him. I told him what was going on, and he fucking spazzed out too. He told me he suffered the same damn thing. Like, so this person, I'm not saying, I'm not gonna say.
I think I know who you talk about now.
Look, dude, imagine if I had been driving and that had
I was
happened,
fucking driving,
and I wouldn't have been able to. Dude, how bad was it? Were you lucky you pulled over? Like,
Dude,
I remember when he hit me, it was fucking crazy.
I was on my way to work and I had to stop. I was getting ready to pass Bass's job and I had to stop because my head felt like it was fucking under a vice. I was like in my car stripping off my clothes and shit. I thought I was fucking dying.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, that shit is not cool, dude.
Yeah.
Well, the other person that wasn't even there didn't have nothing to do with it. They wound up passing out in a hospital. They run all kind of tests. They even run drug tests to make sure they wasn't on drugs. They couldn't find nothing physically wrong with them.
Well, that's the same thing that happened to me. When I went to the hospital, they couldn't physically find anything wrong with me. So I just put two and two together. Like, oh, I got vertigo, like shit happens. Even though I've never had anything like that.
They told me I had water fluid in my ears.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to tell me. Like I spent an entire I spent 12 hours, dude, back and forth, laying in between the bathroom, throwing up, all of it, man. I was so mad.
See, I didn't get hit with the throwing up and shit, but I got hit with the dizziness. I wasn't able to sleep at all. Like,
yeah.
It was
your ears bleeding.
My left ear I'm still suffering from. I got blood in my left ear.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm still I still like quick movements. I can't zone in as fast, but I'm about 85% better than what I was. So I'm every day getting better.
Yeah. So when somebody comes into the damn Nightmare Nation family from now on, it's gonna be a little while. It's gonna take a little bit because, like I said, this was somebody that was a friend of ours that did this shit for stupid ass reasons. And like I said, them doing it was bad enough, but then whenever they gave the reason, it was like the Twilight Zone.
Also, hello everyone.
What's up,
What's going on, man?
So the person said I could say who it was. The other person that had got shit happened to them was Red Raider, her and Little Bit. They haven't been around in any chats or streams for a while. Why are they getting shit sent to them?
Is this the same person I'm thinking about?
Hold on, I'll put it in. Let me
put it in private chat.
Yeah.
All right.
Yo, you know what? You know what's crazy? Is this is the problem? That person put a bad stain on their whatever they claim to be. Put a stain on that because that was the only person I've never been friends with somebody like that. And then I became friends with somebody like that, I was kind enough to, you know what I'm saying, like to be cool with them and give them a chance, and they were perfectly fine, no problem. We were all fucking friends. We don't mind you making damn jokes, but you took it too far, man. That's the problem. That's why I'm really disappointed. Like now, I'm not gonna trust another person like that because I think there's something wrong with their minds. They're proving that point to me.
Well, like I said, there was no reason. All right, they caused the situation in the back of the live stream. Then, because they got their feelings hurt because they caused the situation, they decided, well, I'll just curse everybody. What the hell?
And even sent an email trying to explain themselves that dug them even deeper. Whatever.
I don't need no emails. I don't need no more contact.
And at no point has fucking apologized. Hasn't reached out to nobody.
Nope. Well, this is the thing. They thought because they felt a certain way and nothing had been done to them that they should curse someone. And curses cause a bunch of look at the health reasons. I don't know exactly what kind of curse he used, but they used a curse. You don't curse your friends and somebody you call your brother. You don't do that shit.
No.
I was like, I'm just surprised. Like, this shit is crazy.
And they can say that they didn't do it, but how I found out is they actually contacted Lakia and thought it was funny.
And told me specifically, and I have no problem saying that I was
No,
told who was cursed, why they were cursed, and which one wasn't cursed and why they weren't cursed.
you can try to curse me all you want. That shit don't work on me. Yeah, it's
Well,
okay.
I guess I might be one of the ones that weren't cursed because I didn't feel a damn thing.
When it comes to that kind of stuff, I'm too far deep on the other side of things that curses have to be major and go through pacts and contracts.
Hey, I tell you what, Vault. What do I got to do, man? You got to train me up, whatever. I'll take your buddy for you. I don't know. I'm just messing with you, bro.
Yeah,
I just don't get it because like, why do that shit to me, Chase, Red? Like, we didn't fucking do anything to you, dude. We weren't the ones spazzing out or anything like that. We weren't the one that was upset at the comments that you made. You know what I mean? But you sent that shit to us. I'm telling you. Okay.
Also, I wanted to add something. Like, Vaultkeeper, thank you for having me on earlier today. And I'm sorry, I was still waking up at that time because I am a night owl and I woke up not too long ago.
Look, that's the thing. Anybody that's ever been on, you ask Sean, anybody here. I don't care. Look, you ain't got to have a channel. If I put the link in chat, the only thing I ask somebody to do when they come in is be respectful.
Mm-hmm.
I put it out there so other people can come in, maybe get the story told that they've been trying to tell. We tried to build, everybody here on this panel, we tried to build a safe place so people can come and tell. Because, like I said, some stories, yes, they sound far-fetched, but the thing is, you're not going to be judged there. I wasn't there. Nobody on this panel was there. I'm just letting you tell your story. If people want to believe it, they believe it. If they don't, next story.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Oh, also, Vol, just to let you know, I guess like a public thing for any remote viewers in chat, whatnot, that watches this. If you are going to remote view anywhere in Florida, I don't know how you guys do it if you do it the bird's eye view, but I could not view anything past those trees. I have to do things from the water's edge in order to look at anything in Florida.
It's so goddamn. Look, I didn't realize it is foresty. It is swamps, but there's forest all over this damn thing. And thick. Look, y'all don't be surprised if you start hearing a big ass damn owl out here because every night it usually goes off about this time.
Hey, Vault, when you get a chance, look into Jenny Springs. Ain't too far from you. Look into that. They had a lot of them teenagers have reports. I've been hearing.
Oh, I said it.
I mean, Vault, what's the response time for gunshots in your area? Like that thing starts hooting and shit, let off a little pop, pop, little warning shot. You know what I mean?
You ain't. I bet nobody will show up.
Well.
Oh hell! I can step outside and shoot a shotgun. Nobody pay damn attention whatsoever right now.
You in Virginia, dude. That's a whole different story.
Dude, I'm in the outskirts. There's gunshots all the time around here because you're in the edge of the. I'm not in Tampa. I'm on the outskirts edge, and like I said, we're swamps. There's like 5 major parks around here. There's the green swamp that backs up to here. Then you got. I forgot the name of the other. I'm still trying to learn all these damn names of these places around here. But oh, dude, when I started unloading stuff and putting it in the damn in the place up here, y'all should have seen the damn looks I'm getting. I'm toting assault rifles, shotguns, pistols, and I just keep coming in with it.
Yeah, I also remember that you already said you've had yourself a local lawn gator in the past month or so.
Oh, it was it last week that the gator was out there by the car? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was last week. Shit. Christine was one of them. Leave it alone. So I go over and kick it in the ass and make it move.
Yeah.
That's some shit about Florida that I'll never get over. You guys walk outside, you got a big ass gator sitting by your driver's side door and shit. You got raccoons that walk away with 13-pound garbage bags.
Yeah, the truth. I was fishing. I caught this little gator, about 4 foot long, and I took him home to my wife, and we had tile floors. I taped his mouth up, and I just slid it in there in the living room to my wife. I'm like, "Hey, I got us a pet." Boy, she cussed me out.
Jeez. Oh yeah, truth, Bass. Have the skies in your area been kind of busy lately?
Tell you the truth, you can't, man. Where I'm at, it's cloudy. Like it's cloudy all the damn time. Like any celestial event, like the moon, the full moon that was like the pinkish red color that happened the other day, couldn't see that because it was overcast. The meteor shower a couple of weeks couldn't see nothing because it was overcast.
Well, Bats did see it. He did see a triangle. What, last week it was?
Yeah, wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of. Yeah, that was strange as shit.
Oh yeah.
No, our skies around us have been quiet.
Well, I don't know. I haven't looked up. I haven't really looked up lately.
Except for the weird ass rainbows I keep seeing around the sun.
I didn't do nothing.
That's I don't know. I guess that's a natural phenomenon still.
It might be. It might not be.
That no.
I remember taking a look at that with you guys on one of the shows, and the only thing I could even think of was either just atmospheric, celestial stuff going on, or it's a sun portal. But portals using the sun are incredibly complex and rare to use because you can get burned easily.
Yeah. What the hell is this? My phone just went off.
Oh yeah, now hold on. Let me go back for a second. Now back to this gators in Florida. I remember when I went. You remember when I went down to Florida in like 2007?
Yeah.
Well, we went from Jacksonville to Gainesville. We were walking out to the car in the morning, and like the person we were visiting, her roommate lived like right on a golf course. We walked outside of her car. There was a damn gator about 8 feet long, right in between the cars where we were about to hop in.
Yeah.
I'm like,
No, thank you.
Like, you gotta be shitting me, man. Well, shit, they caught that. When was that? A few months ago when it was still cold outside before everything on thaw. I'm pretty sure they caught a little gator out in some canal in Pennsylvania. Might have been somebody's pet or some shit, but it's about 3.5 feet long.
Chase, Arlene says she would have cussed you out too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I had that on Snapchat. It's pretty funny. I still got that video. It's classic. Hey, I'm gonna have to run, man. I'm about to run. My phone about to go dead.
All right, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely, brother. Y'all holler at me later. Later, Sean. Sean, call me, bro.
All do it, brother.
All right, man. Y'all be blessed. Bye. Is the case still on? Yeah. Bye, Lakay. Bye. Bye, everybody. Peace. Later.
Okay, Chris. Yeah, so I don't want to talk about that bullshit anymore.
Yeah, but you know what still baffles me?
What?
It's how it didn't affect me. I'm really wondering that.
Well, all right. I was thinking
you guys were dealing with equilibrium shit, like shit in your ears and whatnot. And
you know what? That might be it because you wear hearing aids and your hearing isn't all there.
No.
So that guys, what the hell are you doing?
Hey man, stop hanky panky and get back to the train.
You gonna get me flagged, man.
I just waved. Hey.
But Bass, I was giving that some thought because your hearing isn't like 100%. You do use hearing aids. What is your 60% in one ear and something like that?
Lost 65% in my left ear and 30% in my right ear.
So that might be why it didn't affect you. Like, yeah, you know what? That could explain why it didn't affect you the way it hit the rest of us.
I'm just too fucking annoying.
Like speaking of like troublesome goings on, I think the reason why that weird ass bear face thing has not shown up has been because all of the boogers and One-Eyed Willie and even the X Beast in your area have been trying to run it out or maybe kill it.
That's when it showed up. Hey, I just thought about something. I did have something happen to me, but I couldn't explain it. I had a rash come up. I thought it was from my gun, but it's like on wherever your kidney is. It's probably 4 inches, 5 inches long, and about 3 inches wide, and it will not heal. And stuff that don't heal on me ain't normal. Ask Lakeia. I can cut my finger, and tomorrow it will be fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, this has been on me now for 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, that's about as long as this shit's been going on.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I got was a fucking rash. It's an annoying fucking rash, but it's a rash.
Like, I'll tell you what, I still have, like, during that whole time, I thought it was really a ear problem, and, like, I couldn't pop my ears. I still can't pop my ears. My shits are still, like, you know what I mean?
I'm going to tell you right now, any more rashes show up on me, any more I'll say this out loud and proud. Any more rashes, any more bullshit show up, somebody's getting a visit.
So
I was told the only one that didn't get hit, quote unquote, was Chaos because he has a child.
I have 4 kids, you son of a bitch.
That's just what I was told.
Chase has kids, you fuck.
Right?
Okay, so
are you fucking kidding me?
That's exactly what I was told.
And that person called her and told her, and she hung up immediately and called me, and then that's when I went to take care and stuff.
I sure did.
You've seen my kids on the stream, you asshole. I better not ever fucking see you in person.
I'm gonna tell you right now, like I told that person, there's only 2 ways I know to get rid of a curse. That's if the person takes it off, or that person is no longer on the earth. You pick and choose. It doesn't matter to me.
I'm sorry for spazzing out like that, guys.
That's
it's deserved though. It's dumb. It's not being responsible and holding yourself accountable for your actions. And he should have held himself accountable for his bad actions to start with, instead of flipping out, blaming everybody else's, as the issuers, and then just cursing everybody. That's stupid.
Dude, I'm telling you, I didn't feel nothing.
I believe it's because you couldn't, because your hearing's already messed up. That's kind of like I don't know. No offense, Sean, but that's kind of like cursing Sean and making him lose his leg. It doesn't have an effect because it's already there. You have screwed up ears and stuff like that. Well, like I said, I really didn't appreciate it because, like I said, you don't treat family like that. You don't treat somebody that especially brought you in whenever all you said was you've just been looking for a place that you felt at home in. I don't know how much more at home we could have made you feel. We didn't treat you no different than anybody else.
Like Chris says, irresponsible.
Yep.
Very much so.
That's okay.
I need a real Sam Dean Winchester, goddammit. Show up in my house right now with a trunk full of guns.
I'm it's too far.
That's a 24-hour drive. You'll be all right.
No, it's fucked
up. Go load the car.
Like I said before, I try to keep it fun here. You know what I mean? Keep a family, not family, but a raunchy family. All right, I'll give it that. Right, but like,
I'm housebroken.
It's just that shit is so aggravating. And then to call and to find out in the same day that 2 other people had the same fucking thing happen to them? I thought it was just me. I thought it was going crazy.
Well, we didn't know until today that happened to Red and a little bit, and I
Yeah.
didn't know until the other day that happened to Chase.
It's just yeah,
Well,
because as I was talking to you on the phone earlier, me and Red were messaging back and forth, and she was telling me that shit. I was like, "What?" Yeah. Let's see.
all I can say is keep fucking with them a little bit if you want to. You got to remember there's more than just her you're messing with, and that
That's
thing ain't gonna
right,
play.
'cause I'm her second mama, and I don't play with her. That's my baby girl.
And whatever that creepy ass thing is that's lurking, that has an affinity for her, just watch your ass, dude. Keep fucking around. I'm gonna sick my gray aliens on you.
Hey, they would like.
Leave it.
Hey, they would like that. Too much probing.
Oh man, that's too much.
Believe it.
That ain't
No
right.
comment.
Fucking oh.
I know.
So-
I'm an evil son of a bitch.
So I asked Walt earlier, gun recommendations. Now, don't worry about what we were just talking about. I was in the middle of getting a pistol permit before I found out all this bullshit.
Get one that has ammo available.
9mm. Like I said, I suggested get the Taurus G3. But for some reason, if you can't find the Taurus G3 and it's the capacity is too high because certain states, and New York's one of them, get the Taurus G2. It's the same thing Christine shoots. It's the same thing Chaos shoots. Anybody that tells you, "Oh, Taurus is a crappy gun," well, that target I put up that showed y'all the other day that I did at 100 yards was done with a Taurus. So if you think it's a crappy gun, run out there at 100 yards and fuck with me.
Yeah, because I figure I might as well try to. I'm a law-abiding citizen, pay my taxes. I don't fuck around. I go to work and I come home. Go to work and I come home. So I figure I'm not on anybody's radar. Maybe I'll be able to get my shit. You know what I mean?
Well, this is the thing. There's too much crazy crap going around for you not to be armed. Because I'm going to tell you, as an ex-police officer, police officers are not there to stop someone from doing a crime. They come after the crime's being committed.
Yep.
You cannot rely on them to save your life. You can't rely on, and see, that's the other thing. If somebody's doing something like that, that don't mean just because you have a gun, you have to engage them. You need to get your family out of there. You don't want to play Billy Badass anyway. But you got to think, if you don't stop that person from doing more, then more lives are going to be lost. If a gunman's not going to go where he thinks other people have a gun, he's going to go to some of these what we call kill sites, where no weapons are allowed. Stuff. I don't go to them fucking places.
Yeah, anywhere they got a little sign that says the weapons are not allowed past this point.
Yeah, because that's just a big sign that says, okay, there's nothing but targets in there. Because think about it. You go to those sites. Where do you see a cop anywhere? Nope.
Oh, hell, there was a hospital around me that as soon as they hung that sign up, about 3 days later, a disgruntled husband of a nurse came in and started shooting the shit out of the place.
Yeah.
I just want to say this. A couple of people have kind of figured out who we've talked about. Just know that if they'll do this to the people of panel of Nightmare Nation, just be wary of what they might do to you.
Yeah, because nobody do nothing to that person. And I'm not giving the satisfaction of naming that person because that's exactly what they're wanting. They're wanting recognition. I'm not giving you recognition. I'm telling you what you did was shitty as hell.
But if you know who we're talking about, just be careful. That's it. Just be careful.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm going through my shit here and deleting some people.
Listen, man. All you had to do was initially apologize. That was it.
And that's the thing. That's what I told him when I first found out about it. I was called right after it happened. I called him and asked him, man, what the fuck? I explained to him, finally got him, I thought, to understand what he done was wrong. And I told him, I said, look, just give it a couple of days and apologize. That's all you got to do. Oh, no, this gun thinks, instead of doing that, he's like, oh, no, I'm going to curse him. What the hell?
I didn't know anything about it until I was called and told about the curse and told about what happened. And I guess he thought I was gonna have his back and be like, yeah, you did the right thing. Wrong. This is my family. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say that any future curses by anyone whatsoever has to get through a few bureaucracy hierarchies to try to get it done.
Listen, man, you asked me, them motherfuckers gonna have to swim through a 15-foot deep moat with gators and all that shit in there, man. Dude, all he had to initially do was apologize. He initially apologized, it would have been fine. Fine, but all right, cool, no problem. Just watch it next time. You know what I'm saying?
No, just stay the hell away from all of us. Because like Lakea said a while ago, if he'll do that to people that treated him, I don't think we treated him any kind of way. If anything, we welcome him with open arms. If he'll do that to people that he considers his friends just over a misunderstanding that he did, what will he do to anybody else? I don't want that person around me because I can't trust them. Sean don't want that person around him. I know, and I'm speaking out of turn, speaking for Sean. But I know Sean. Sean don't want no crap like that.
Hell
because
no.
if your friend will stoop to that level to do that crap, what will he do to somebody he doesn't like?
Right.
And like I said, he gave the reason why he didn't do it to Chaos because he had kid. Well, damn Truth got 4.
Yeah, he told me it was because of Okie.
Well, I'm telling you right now, the only reason why that I didn't do what I normally would do is because I'm trying to be a better damn person. Because you don't attack my fucking family. You don't attack my fucking friends. I don't have many left. I've lost most of them. And I protect what's mine. And I get myself in a lot of situations because instead of standing beside somebody and just being there to help them, Lakea, so does a couple others, knows I'll be the first one to jump out in front. Oh, no. Like I said, I get myself in a lot of stupid situations because of that. Do not attack my fucking friends or somebody I think is my family and then think you're going to still talk to me. Hell fucking no.
Right. And there seems to be a lot of that going around lately. Have you not noticed?
You noticed that the Nightmare Nation got thinned a little bit too.
It sure did. It got a lot quieter, less drama.
Honestly, the only drama I really care to look at is the stuff caused by boogers in the woods or by creepies in the dark.
Yeah, look, I have enough going on. I don't need any extra bull crap. Sean's got enough going on and trying to run a show and everything. He don't need no extra bull crap. Chase does, Chaos does, Truth does, Bass does. We don't need no extra bull crap. Life is hard enough without you making more fucking damn road obstacles in the road.
Got that right.
Is your room cooled off?
I was about to say yes myself because I was burning up today.
Well, Lakea, we got Lakea an air conditioner today, and is it cool in there yet, Lakea?
You what now?
I said, is your room cooled off?
Yeah.
Hello, Lakea.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, I said, is your room cooled off?
Yeah, it's like a refrigerator in here.
All right. Well, like I said, we were able. Thank all y'all for helping do that. Much appreciated. See, that's the thing. That's the reason why we did. Sean got involved in this. Truth got involved. Bass, me, everybody. Like I said, we've been trying to build something that's not been around that needed to be around. A place for if somebody needs it, that's the way. If everybody in the world would actually start doing this crap, the world wouldn't be in the situation it's in now. You see somebody down, don't walk around them, don't push them down. Try to help them up the best of your ability.
Yeah, but if I walk into the gas station and you're asking me for $5 and you got a $250 Jordans on your feet, you got to kick rocks, my friend.
Well, just know he fucked up. He's blocked all over the place. I just went into my settings and blocked him. I wish you could stop somebody from actually going onto your channel and watching your shit, but apparently I don't know if you can do that.
You can't. You can't. They can watch it. They just can't interact.
Well, look at this. Look at it this way. Maybe that person will sit back and hear what's going on and get out of their own feelings and learn a life lesson.
I doubt it.
Oh, I can't help that, but I'm just hoping they do.
Oh.
Oh,
Because like I
true.
said, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to like I just like before we went into left field to help deal with some in-house stuff. You guys were thinking of a subject for tonight's show?
Bass was about to say that. What were you about to say, Bass?
So initially today, initially this morning, Freaking Truth comes over to my house. He's like, "Yo, we're gonna do a show on vril lizards." I'm like, "All right." I researched a lot of shit. I have no idea what you're talking about. So I looked into it a little bit, but I said, Truth, you're gonna have to explain this shit.
All right. Damn, I don't want to end up on a watch list for this shit. All right, whatever.
You're not big enough to end up on a watch list yet.
There's a conspiracy going around. Have you guys heard about this? The Black Eye Club.
Hey?
The Black Eye
Wait,
Club.
whoa, hold on.
Black Eye Club.
Yeah, see, I know a couple of people I've initiated into that club. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
No, not that Black Eye Club.
Yeah, I think
that's called
what are
Broken
you laughing
Box.
at over there?
Okay, so now you fucking shadow people back there, don't come at me. I'm just going off what they said on the fucking internet. All right, it's compelling though. So I don't need to be black bagged. So there is. All right.
Conspiracy. Just put it like that.
There's a conspiracy going on. So this Black Eye Club shit is. Have you ever noticed celebrities, politicians, people of affluence, like people of power, how they've all had black eyes, like their left eye was black-eyed or something like that. Right. So apparently, and this is, I've dealt in the past like week. I've really dived into this shit. Apparently, that stems from these things called vril lizards, and they're supposedly an ancient. They were here with the dinosaurs, right? But they lived so far underground that the strike that killed the dinosaurs didn't affect them.
God damn it! No, my fucking phone died, I think.
So apparently,
Tell them my phone just died.
we can still hear you, Vault. But apparently these things are used for a droning process. They are about 1 foot tall. Matter of fact, fuck it. I'm gonna bring up a picture of them. They're about 1 foot tall, and if you guys seen SpongeBob or seen like a crab, how it has like the extended eyes, it looks like that in a humanoid shape. They're about 1 foot tall. Their eyes poke out. They're covered in red scales. Some of them are covered in black scales, and they have a they have a proboscis type thing that sticks out from the top of their fucking head, and they have claws, they look like lobster claws for pinchers, right? So apparently this Black Eye Club shit, what happens is these things are being like secretly kept by the Illuminati, which that's a real organization. But they take and they take and replace celebrities, people of affluence, and the reason they end up with a black eye is because that proboscis thing gets shot into their eye, and it excretes like a foam which has a parasite in it, and that parasite makes its way into the brain, and it slowly kills off the human's consciousness, and that real lizard takes over. It's fucking weird, dude. It's so weird. All right, and then
You got me on that one.
You got that. You take that, and then have you guys ever heard of you guys know what rapid eye movement sleep is, right? It's like the
Yeah.
initial stage of sleep when you're like for an hour and a half or so, and your eyes are just darting back and forth.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's some shit. They've been doing this for a while now. It's rapid eye movement cloning, and they're able to clone. This started back in World War II. They're able to clone your body depending on what stage you are. So they're able to, like me at 38 years old, they'd be able to take one of my cells right now and grow a 38-year-old version of me, right? And then they implant it with a chip or whatever. And then while you're, I guess, in REM stage, they can pull your consciousness and put it in one of these fucking clones. That's why you ever see the video of Tila Tequila when she fucking had an aneurysm on camera?
Oh yeah.
It's because she was talking about this shit.
Oh yeah, she was scared too, man. She was nervous that somebody was out to get her. Like I guess there was like a couple of attempts on her life and all that shit.
Yeah.
I just came across a video earlier. Johnny, it was from a few years ago. Johnny Depp's saying hi to people and everything. All of a sudden, fucking something flips in him, and he just falls over. And like the guy's like, "Oh, what did you do to Johnny?" And like he's completely fucking out of it. Or that Katy Perry shit where she went down on stage.
Mm-hmm.
They're like fucking flipping a switch in these things or something like that. It's
Well,
really, strange.
Okay, have you seen these people that change their hair color just out of the blue? A blue hair color, white hair color, yellow hair. Something totally different than what they were.
Yep.
Why?
They say that is also part of the cloning. Like they'll make 20 bodies, and they'll get rid of some that don't look completely right. They'll get rid of them, and the ones that are really close, they'll keep those. And then you can tell they're clones by different variations. Like something's off about them. They don't seem like the normal person.
That almost sounds like something that someone would do to prolong their own life. Say they find out that they have an illness, rather than going public with the illness, they just pop their soul into another body, let that original one die off, and now they have a new one to live on with.
Chaos wants a link.
I got you, Bubba.
It's running.
Hey,
I might be talking crazy, but it sounds like it's kind of going along the lines of past life regressions, but not exactly that. If that makes any sense, like you could, how people have past life regressions, and they can completely remember. Basically, it's their consciousness being transferred, and they can remember everything that happened. So with these people, when they get cloned or whatever, all they do is they take that consciousness and plant it into this new form or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, and because I've not heard of real lizards that specifically, I just heard of them as like they were a thing that was related to some secret societies, but I didn't know that much about them, to be honest. So, I think like just knowing what I know, it does sound like more like these things maybe prep the person's consciousness and soul for transmission to another body before they do it. Like, I guess because
from what I've been reading, right, they can speak. They're intelligent enough to operate simple machinery. They do speak language a little bit. They
Um,
swarm in packs. Go ahead.
Chaos needs the StreamYard link, not the
Yeah.
channel link.
Oh shit! Don't click on that channel link. I need to go remove that from the fucking thing. That's
You know what?
to
Yeah, I'll send it
somebody's.
to his email. Hold
fucking-
on.
Do not click on that link I just put in there.
Yeah.
I got you. I'll send it to him.
All right. Okay, let me go to my share screen. Am I sharing this shit yet? Hold on, I got to X out of Facebook. StreamYard, share to screen.
Chaos.
Make
Yeah,
it
we're
bigger.
gonna get you in here, buddy. We're gonna talk a little bit about this video you sent me earlier. We're not gonna dive deep into it, but
So
dirty
if you guys can see on screen, right? It should be on screen. This is what reports of real lizards look like.
Okay, forward to.
They're about right. Here's the little proboscis thing that shoots out of their fucking heads. Now, if you look at this one right here, that's what they say is going on. The foam that shoots out of that little proboscis thing at the top has a parasite in it, and it goes in through the eye and everything like that, and that's why you end up with the look here, black eye club real lizards. Yeah, I'm not gonna go read all that shit, but you see what I'm saying. And it's this shit is the art. Is this a better one? That's a good picture. Let me see if I can bring this up bigger.
Is that a shell on its back?
No, that is the proboscis sticks out the back of the head. It's a cut off picture, but this is somebody's model of what these things look like.
Huh.
And he said the description is that these things they feed on fear. So they swarm in packs, and they'll scare the hell. They go to scare the hell out of you first, and then they'll like start eating you and shit.
Chaos.
And
That's the link to your email.
That's if they don't shoot the proboscis in your eye. Now, what I'm gonna do now, right? Where's let me bring it up. I'm gonna bring up the pictures of celebs, the Celebrity Black Eye Club.
And you'd be surprised who's in these. You'd be surprised. Dude, I remember seeing a report that I don't know how true this was, but you know the singer Adele. Supposedly she was backstage and like transformed into like a 7-foot tall lizard.
All right, this is just some of the people. Robert Downey Jr., left eye. Ben Affleck, left eye. Pharrell, left eye. Bush Jr., John Kerry. I don't know who the hell that is. Stephen Colbert, Prince William. That's Prince William. No, who is that? Fucking celebrity, the fucking politician. Who is that guy? Right, John McCain, right?
Dude, I remember when John McCain had that black eye.
Yep. Right.
Oh,
that is
okay. Now I get what you're talking about. Yeah,
that's Elizabeth Hurley. Like,
wait, go up a little bit. Up. Now scroll up to the pictures above this.
I'm at
That one.
Which one?
Go down. First row, second row, that third row down. I want to say. Keep going. Second photo in from the left.
This?
Nope, up one. To the left. Go to your right.
My right. The fuck are you looking at, dude?
Dude,
the Barack Obama one?
No, it has fucking Bush, the Pope, and somebody else.
Oh, yeah, one photo to the left that you're currently on right now.
Didn't Clinton have a big black eye when he was in office?
That one.
So that's Boy George.
I know that's Boy George, but I'm talking about whoever that woman is on the left. Look where that black eye starts. That would be right about where they would stick you.
Uh-huh. And then these are after the process has been done. Because I ain't never see that many black eyes on people in my damn life.
One thing that I'm thinking is some of these are intentional and maybe some are almost like blackmailing. Like, we have this thing on you now. We can put you into being our toady for something.
Harry
Oh,
Reid.
that's what they do with Skull and Bones. In order
Prince
to
Philip,
do that,
John
they make you do
McCain,
some wild
Don-
shit. So in case you want to do something crazy later on in life, they have
They got dirt on you.
yeah.
But yeah, guys, this whole the realism shit and the cloning stuff, this shit is so crazy, and it when you start to think about it, it makes sense. Like celebrities, they're all a bunch of weirdos any goddamn way, but you know what I mean. This just proves the fact. So want to look up some weird stuff? Check this shit out.
Shit.
I'm gonna
Chaos.
go back.
Did you get the link?
Here, did he get it yet?
Oh no, I sent it to his email. I don't
Here,
see him
hold
in
on.
the chat no more. He might be.
Drop it in.
It says he's still in the chat.
I'm gonna drop it in.
Didn't they make a movie about like the 6th day where they did clones and did the
Yeah, that was Arnold
yeah.
Schwarzenegger movie.
Mm-hmm.
So take that movie. I'm thinking take that movie, The Sixth Day, right, with the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, and then you also use that Ewan McGregor movie, The Island, where they have extra celebrities, extra bodies, and they take body parts from them and shit. I think it's something like that.
Yeah. I think it was called The Island.
Red said, "Where's Biden? They done sucked his whole brain out." But yeah, this whole real lizard shit, man. This is
Like, and these are prominent people.
like supposedly this is an actual one, but they added shit to this. Like the person who's like, "Yo, that's what they look like," but they added somebody put the wings on it and that tail. He's like, "But that's the proboscis thing that sticks out of the fucking head." He's like, "That's what they look like."
Dude, didn't you say something about a Metallica album cover earlier?
Yeah. Hold up.
True. Kara says he's still backstage.
Oh, I didn't even hear that. I didn't even hear you pop in. What's up, sir?
Hello, gentlemen, and my sister.
What's up,
Hello.
Chaos?
Chowder.
Oh, okay. I thought LaKay was still in here. Never mind me. So I'm gonna get some visitors here, Roth. Is that what you were telling me?
Friend of a friend said something.
Friend of a friend. Okay, rock and roll. I accept all otherworldly beings. Just don't try to eat me because I'm bitter. Just because I'm chubby don't mean I'm good in an oven.
So what's been going on, Chaos? I'm sure.
Not much, man. Just working and being a dad and being tired. All that good stuff.
I can't find it. Shit. I'm not gonna bother looking for the damn album cover. But there's an album cover that's supposedly associated with this whole real lizard shit, and it's real lizard.
Well, tell about who talks about this. How to do? I can't remember his name, but he worked in the music industry and he witnessed this kind of stuff.
All right. So hold on. I got all that shit put on my phone because I don't have it all on my desktop. His name is Donald. Where is it?
Okay, so I'm looking at some of these images here, and I'll personally say,
Yeah.
how dare they associate the Eye of Ra with the real lizards? That has nothing to do with that.
People gonna come up throwing shit.
Yeah.
Boom. What is this? No. So his name is Donald. This is him right here. He worked in the music industry, and he's been talking about this shit for a while. And then I've started coming across other articles and other facts about this shit.
Are you talking about the Jump in the Fire album cover that had like the demon on it?
Is that the one where it was crawling out of the guy's? No, there was one where it was like a demon skull or some shit crawling out of the chest of somebody.
Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm looking up album covers. So, let's see. I do know. Well, I see one that's it's called Hardwired, but it looks like it's a bunch of demon faces out of one face. That's the only thing I really see like that.
Oh, yeah. So now let me bring up REM cloning.
And you know what I find crazy? That some of these people probably actually agree to do this shit just to be rich and famous.
I'm sure they do. Well, so apparently one of Britney Spears' videos is the song was called Break the Ice. And it was like a Japanese anime version of a music video. And the way this guy talks about the video is because he said he wrote the song for it. And she's like, the way she wanted the video being, she enters a cloning facility and blows the shit up because they're making clones of her.
Well, think about it. She lost her mind for a good minute there.
I've kind of read up on some of the stuff that's been going on with her lately, and that feels like it's a two birds with one stone. Maybe she had some insight into that stuff, but she also had that what's it called? Not retainer, that custodianship on her by her dad for so long, and she couldn't do anything she wanted to do. So she just felt like she was being turned into a product rather than a person. So that might have also been that.
Well, you know, I'm kind of thinking, like, look how many people who come into Hollywood and they're hot for a time being, like a certain amount of time. Then all of a sudden they just drop off the map. Is it because they didn't want to go through this ritual or whatever the hell they're doing out there?
All right. So have you guys heard of the actor Armie Hammer?
Yes.
He played he was in that movie with Johnny Depp about the fucking, was it The Lone Ranger? Some shit, some cowboy movie Johnny Depp was in.
Armie Hammer, yeah, he was. Oh no, Armie Hammer. I know what movie you're talking about. It wasn't The Lone Ranger though.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, so I can't.
Oh, it was. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because Johnny Depp played the Native American character.
Yeah, he played Tonto.
Do you know? Apparently, this guy Armie Hammer, he's an actor, but he was a decent actor. He's been black flagged out of Hollywood for quote unquote being a cannibal. You hear about this shit?
I have not heard that, but then again, you've got Megan Fox and her idiot, useless wannabe rapper boyfriend that like to drink each other's blood. So I don't think much would surprise me at this point.
Like, I think that shit runs rampant all over that. The only way you're going to become famous and like that is if you sell yourself to whatever the hell is going on up there or down under there, wherever the hell whatever they're doing. And you can see it a lot more now. Now that it's being pointed, I can see all this shit. Like I've been looking at this shit for years, and now it's all starting to make sense. I mean, so when they say, apparently, a lot of people say when they say they're like demons and everything like that, and fae folk and everything like that, it's not. They're not really. It's these things, these fucking lizard things or whatever. But
Well, reptilians.
yeah, this is the strangest. I've been looking into weird stuff for years, and this is by far the weirdest shit I've looked into.
I can safely say Fae generally have a different MO than what you're talking about with these rills. The Fae are more about being tricksters and a lot of other things that I really can't go into just like one sitting. Yeah, but their MO is completely off from what the rills are supposedly doing.
Did you say vril, as in VIRL?
Yes. RIL, yeah.
Now, is that oh yeah, that's right, I spelled it wrong. Is that like supposed to be akin to like what the Nazis had, the Vril Society?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay. All right, I see where you're going. I see what you're doing.
Yeah. Like apparently the Nazis that were the Nazis during the Nuremberg trials, those were apparently stage 1 clones that Vril had taken over. And yeah, this shit is so weird.
So I might be reaching. So you're saying like the Vril might actually be an interdimensional race that kind of were called here and kind of took over certain members of something like that?
Not interdimensional. Something that's been here for a very long time. Ancient. And it's almost parasitic.
One thing I can say though, just from my understanding of how the other side works, is that more than likely these Vril lizards themselves are not the top dogs. They're more like agents or tools at worst. That they're not the ones in charge.
Like minions.
This is so weird. What's up, Charlie? How you doing?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
it doesn't surprise me at all, though, that the Nazis were dealing with the Vril as well, because I could go on and on about everything that they were doing back then. I have some information about that, so that I don't.
So now roll with me on this for a second, right? So you know how the Nazis were looking for ancient artifacts, ancient cultures, weird stuff throughout, right?
Yes.
What if they actually, when they went down to Antarctica, they did find, say, a cave system that led underground? What if the Nazis had came across these real things? You know what I mean?
It could be, because again, I don't know much about them, so I don't know where they might be hiding.
Apparently, they need a high. I think they said a high carb. The oxygen. They can't breathe the same as we do. They need a high. It's more sulfuric that they need. So that's why it's pretty good for them underground. That's why they thrive underground. Dude, I'm.
Wasn't there a thing about potential Vril being in like one of the South Pacific Islands, like one of the more volcanic ones?
I think so.
Because I know there's a lot of really crazy stuff going on in the South Pacific Islands that no one knows about.
I'm going to have to do more research into this because this is interesting. I never, honestly, I didn't put much thought or research into it, so I didn't know that the Vril were actually like a parasitic race that needed a host to do what they wanted to do. I just thought it was a bunch of crazy asshole men that were trying to collect shit and do seances and stuff. So this is definitely news to me.
Oh,
You
also,
didn't see Hellboy? Come on, man.
also,
Well, I did, but that's Hellboy. I mean,
Like I'm telling you, when Truth came over this morning and he was talking about doing the show, I'm like, real lizards. Like, okay, I've researched some wild shit, some crazy stuff. This has never crossed my radar. I'm like, then he said the thing about the Black Eye Club, where like the celebrities out in Hollywood, politicians and all that stuff, they all have in a clicked. I'm like, they damn sure do. What the hell is going on? I was like, but he popped it on me, so I didn't really have any time to like deep dive into it. So I'm learning about it right now, just like everybody else.
Dude, and then it gets into the cloning. It gets into the whole Vril thing gets into the cloning. It's called. There's a drone. When they shoot that foam into your eye, they call that the droning process. And apparently these things they're not very smart, but they can when they get it, it's hard to fucking explain it. They'll take over your body, right? They'll kill your consciousness. But when it takes over your body, it retains all your memories. It's fucking weird. And you can tell who has been taken over or not.
Sounds like some invasion of the body snatchers type deal.
Yeah.
What was that movie that had a parasitic host that came in and it was like a screw in the back of their head? Was it from the 80s? I can't remember. The father got infected and he drank a pot of hot coffee in front of his kid. Can't remember what the hell was the name of that.
I'm gonna have to see. I'm a movie buff, so I'm gonna have to go dive down into that and watch that movie. I'll look it up.
Well, there was that show, that series, The Strain, which was pretty much like that, which is like a vampiric type of parasite.
That was a great show.
Yeah, it was.
That was a great show.
Just
man.
All right, so insider information about all these kinds of shows. Like anytime a show you see about werewolves, vampires, all that stuff about the supernatural and paranormal, people like me generally watch those shows to find out how close to the mark they're getting or how far away they are. That's our entertainment with those types of movies.
Well, there was there's a set of stories that I'm working on. I'd actually talked to Roth about it a little bit over Discord, which I never seem to. I always forget it that I actually have one most of the time. But where I'm actually doing kind of like my own multiverse type of thing. So it was kind of funny because at work tonight I was listening to a couple of things that were lending to another series that I'm doing. And they're all going to kind of tie in together weirdly. But when you mentioned Ra earlier, I instantly thought, oh, you're talking about Marduk. Because it's funny, because I was listening to a reading of the Book of Enki. And it's just like, man, that's like that's a little over 2 hours of holy shit. I'm telling you, excuse my French, it's wild.
It's too vulgar. I'm not sure that. All right. So remember that album cover I was telling you about?
Yes.
This picture right here is on that album cover. And this picture, if you can find the album cover, it's this guy. Apparently he said it was him, but there's a skeleton / demon type thing crawling out of this guy's fucking chest. It's really strange.
That to me sounds like just pure demonic stuff, not even Vril. That just sounds like a demon doing his own nonsense.
Like, apparently they said these things have been mistaken for demons for quite a long time. Is that it? View file. No, it's a fucking Megadeth album. That's what it is. It's not Metallica. It's a Megadeth album. We're gonna go back.
Dude, you know what?
That's
I'm
right there.
gonna do a little research into ancient evil.
Apparently, this album cover plays a major part in this whole fucking conspiracy. Couldn't tell you why. I haven't gotten that deep into the hole yet, but I'm gonna get there. Let me take it off the steering now. I don't want to see that shit.
Can you make that bigger? That one photo. Can you make that bigger?
Which one? This?
Yeah.
The album cover?
Yeah.
Wait, and is there something going on with his eyes in that photo?
I don't know, man. It does. It looks like it. It looks like to me that his eyes are just wide open. But this album cover plays a whole major part in this conspiracy. And I'm going to dive into it and look that shit up. But if you don't, I'm going to take this shit off the screen because I don't want to look at it.
Damn it! Now I gotta go find that movie so I can watch it. Shit.
Well, you got a whole bunch of other strange things going on in Hollywood, like the 27 Club.
27 Club. Isn't that where a lot of like famous people die at the age of 27? Wasn't Jim Morrison and Jimi Hendrix part of that?
Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix,
Janis Joplin too, right?
Janis Joplin. What the hell was there? Amy Winehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Kurt Cobain, was he 27 when that happened?
Kurt Cobain. I'm not sure.
Look it up.
I might be mistaken, but I think James Dean was involved in that too. Could that be along the lines of like selling your soul, and after a few years, someone comes to collect? Dude, one of the weirdest interviews I've ever seen. Anybody ever seen the interview with I think it's Bob Dylan? We said, I made a deal with a man a long time ago, and I'm just trying to hold up my end. When they asked him why have you been doing music so long? Like it was like a 60 minutes interview.
Kurt Cobain, age 27. Kurt Cobain, age 27.
I mean, if there's one thing that is accurate with some of these shows, the Crossroads Demon, the Crossroads contract, they are real. So if he made a Crossroads pact, whew.
Oh yeah, they come to collect.
Mm-hmm.
So that blues singer really did make a Crossroads deal, didn't he? His name is escaping me right now. Robert something, I think it was.
I think he
I
did.
know who you're talking about.
So I'll give me 2 seconds. Blues singer. It comes right up.
So, Roth, out of curiosity, these entities, whether they be good or dark or demonic or fey or whatever, all these different entities that are coming into our reality, you don't have to come to an exact number, but are there quite a few other realities other than our own?
Approximately, I'm getting. I only know of maybe 10, but I've been told that there are like maybe 27 known worlds that are fully inhabited.
And I imagine there are all kinds of different species, different creatures, different entities. Are there also humans in these other realms too?
Only in 3 others, but the humans are not the ones in charge.
Okay.
So kind of like this one anyway. So it was Robert Johnson who sold his soul. That's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, are they coming in because of their own abilities, or are they also being brought in mainly because you've got foolish people that are doing rituals and other things that they don't understand and shouldn't be?
The main 2 reasons are, one, they're being forced to by divine divine purposes. So let's say, and this one kind of pulls a bit close to my neighborhood, we don't want to be in this world, but we're told to. We say no. They say you don't have a choice, so you have to go into this world. And
I guess.
the other one
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That they are, and the other main purpose is, they are trying to come here for their own reason.
Now, what do you think of this whole thing? Because I mean, getting on TikTok and kind of going in there, man, just like, dude, I have seen so much weirdo shit on TikTok. Really cool, because I have that like toilet humor. But what do you think? Like when they turned CERN on, there's been a few people that I had kind of looked at their profile, and I'd gone through a few of their videos where they had said that when CERN was turned on, it like almost effectively dropped most of the barriers that would keep other entities out, and they're just kind of coming right on in.
So I think, like, Sean had an episode on CERN, and Drew also had one. I honestly think that may very well have been the thing, because I think CERN is Earth's way of trying to create portals to other worlds, to create gates to other worlds without having to use magic. So, and a portal using magic does not use as much energy as, say, using technology to create that same portal.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mentioned last night those pictures of when they turned CERN on remind me of these gates I saw in my near-death experience. So.
And I honestly think that it could be very well the case where entities were falling through these portals, not of their own volition. Like they literally stepped in the wrong area and just fell through, like you're falling into a manhole.
Could that also attribute to, like, people just per se, certain people, whether it be in a national park, you really only hear about them in national parks, but whether it's a national park or a city or wherever, they're just walking down the road and the next thing you know, they blink out and they're gone forever. I mean, in some cases, some people have actually come back to our reality and they're like, dude, I don't even know what happened to me, type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for me, it's a bit of an umbrella term. Like, yes, they went through a portal, but the reasons why that portal was there are very mixed. Some portals were there put on purpose to trap someone through it. Others may have been through some human experiment trying to open up a portal, but they opened it in a completely wrong area. Like they try to, like, say you're in New Jersey, you try to put the portal in New Jersey, but you accidentally open the portal and it's all the way in Tahiti.
Oh, okay. All right. There's been something that's been gnawing at me. I gotta ask you, because I mean, this is something that we've talked about a lot. Truth and Bass and I, and we did a chaos effect on it. I'm starting to wonder: is it possible that these gray aliens that we're talking about, that we've talked about on many occasions, is it possible that they are actually interdimensional, or maybe some of them are? Because the reference that keeps coming back to mind is when one of the experiments Aleister Crowley had done, he opened up a portal and a being walked through that looked, and by all accounts, looked just like a gray. I mean, is it possible that maybe we do have, there's Zeta Reticulans, but there are also other entities that look just like them, or maybe from another reality or something like that? Does that make sense at all?
It makes a lot of sense to me. I think that they know how to make these portals, and they do it in a completely separate way because they tend to not leave a trace on the other side of the veil. For some reason, Greys have this knack of opening up these more or less wormholes that could go through another realm of existence, and there's nothing left. Like, anyone that normally would be able to find it would not be able to find it just because of how they do it.
That makes a lot of sense, because there was what's the best way? Something that my neighbor was kind of like, a good buddy of mine. Him and I go on a lot of sky watches. We've seen a lot of stuff together and separately. And he was telling me one night that he took his two little dogs out. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning. Everything is completely quiet. He, the only light that was on was his porch light. And he saw something, kind of caught a glint of something overhead that was really low. And he looks over, and kind of like the houses to my left, up above those houses, there was a disc right there in the air. And he had said that a portal had opened up in front of it, and it went through and closed behind it. And so I asked him, I'm like, so what makes you think it was a portal? He's like, well, I didn't per se see a hole open up. But what I did see was the stars, because it was a clear, starry night. You could see them all over the place. The only thing that was on was the street lights and his porch light. And he's like, it looked like a big circle blacked out a whole bunch of stars. This disc goes in and disappears, and then you could see the stars again as it closes. Mm-hmm. I'm like, oh, okay. That's nice. Right over our houses. That's great.
That kind of reminds me of a report out of Skinwalker Ranch. Like when Midge was first there, a couple of the investigators they reported seeing. Well, they were out on like a ridge line or something like that, and they reported seeing it was a dark night, but like it looked like a hole or something opened up, and through it you could see daylight and a couple of like UFOs flew out of that hole. Then closed right back up.
There's also an instance where they were watching and they saw what looked like they saw a portal open. It opened up like it was a goddamn zipper. Something crawled out of the portal, stood up, and walked away, and then that shit zipped right back up.
Wasn't there a video about that?
I think there might have been.
Because I think I remember seeing something like that on a certain show. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, it was like 2 dudes. They were sitting on one of the ridge lines looking at one of the fields, and this hole zipped open like 5 feet above the ground. And something crawled through, stepped out, stood up, and walked off.
Ugh.
Yeah, on screencasts, I have up the lamb being that you were talking about from Alice.
Yeah, I see that. That's pretty wild. I mean, it looks like a gray to me, but with different. The features are slightly different, but it looks a lot like what we would consider that. I mean, maybe it's a different kind of being along the same kind of lines. I don't know, but that's kind of sketchy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna have to take off. I gotta finish some writing and then head to bed.
All right,
take care.
Thank you for joining, man.
Hey,
Have a
tomorrow
good night,
I'm going to
John.
have a ET contactee on for a guest, and he
I'll
does
definitely be
mass
listening in at
consciousness.
work.
He does
Yeah,
mass
he
consciousness?
does. Yeah, he's done a few experiments for that. So we'll talk to him for a first hour. So
Nice.
see you guys tomorrow night.
Yep, take it easy. We will all be listening. Make sure you go to Sean's Chasing the Truth with Sean Graham tomorrow evening, ladies and gentlemen.
See you guys.
Yep.
Have a good night, buddy.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of Aleister Crowley's minions was Jack Parsons. Anybody in the know? Jack Parsons has helped create the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Jack
Parsons.
There's no coincidence there.
Yep, Jack Parsons was a huge occultist.
It's supposedly when they set off some kind of nuclear test or whatever, he put some kind of shit, man. This was a long time ago when I researched it. But he put some kind of spirit or form or something inside the bomb, and when it went off, it was supposed to like bring it to life.
That
That's Jack Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
that makes me think of something like a very old potential like experiment of like from Germany, honestly, like from the 30s, where they were trying to find some way of bringing some kind of entity to life by putting a huge amount of energy into it, but they couldn't make the output until, well, of course, the nukes.
Hey, Roth, I got a question for you, man.
Yeah.
When you remote view, do you need like a picture of an area to kind of give you an idea of where your mind needs to go, or can somebody describe something to you and you kind of can go there?
It is a mixture of that, as well as if anyone knows about fate threads, the threads of fate, I'm generally also able to kind of search a location through those.
Well, the reason why I'm asking you is because I've talked to Vault and I've talked to, Bass and whatnot about this, but me and the boys have been going out and doing some spirit box sessions in a couple of places around, and it's content that I wanted to put up on the channel. And I'm doing a video on the Sanford Mills, and there was in part of that video, I'm kind of going over like this, excuse me, this kind of like true crime paranormal type of thing before I get into shorter stories that will kind of end the video.
Yeah.
And I had contacted a paranormal team that went into, because we have in the city I live in, which just very recently became a city because of population. I mean, it's still basically the same small town that I grew up in. But we have a set of mills in the city, and we've got, let's see, there's 1, 2, and then you kind of go across the street and you've got 3, 4, 5. It's basically like 5 massive mill buildings. And in 2017, we had a mill building burned down. One of the buildings burned down, and that was due to arson. As far as that goes, some kids got into a place that was stored chemicals, and I mean, these buildings were built in the 1800s. At least that first set of buildings was built in the 1800s. And of course, you've got machines that have been in there, oils, so it literally went up like a matchstick. And I had contacted a paranormal company, paranormal group that was right here out of Maine. They've got a bunch of videos on YouTube called Haunt Me. And capital ME standing for like basically Haunt Maine. And they've gone all around the state of Maine. Well, they in 2017, right before that mill burnt down, they went into that mill building. And there was a girl that was a 12-year-old girl that was murdered by a local Satanist. And a lot of people seem to think that she was killed in the tunnels under the mills, because there's all kinds of tunnels that run and connect the mills and all that stuff. And I do myself personally, because of talking to a couple of people, I have an assurance that they did in some of the chambers, because there'll be like tunnels, then chambers, then tunnels, that in one of those chambers, like basically almost under next to this mill that burnt down, that a group of local Satanists had their own little area where they did their, rituals and all that type of thing. And I wanted to prove by some chance, because I know what the deal was. She was killed by the mills in the woods, found in the Mousom River that runs through there, but she was never brought into that mill building. And there has been this spirit of a young girl that had been seen in the basement of that mill. And one of the people that are in this paranormal group was a psychic, or they'd brought a psychic with them, and she had kind of connected to this girl, and that I've got pictures that another group had taken of a full-bodied apparition in there.
Yeah.
And I just didn't think it was this girl, this 12-year-old girl that was killed in the very early 80s. So I tried to contact them. And from what my research has done, that this is somebody totally different. I tried to contact them. They read my message, but never got back to me. So I decided that this past Sunday night, I went over to that mill that burned down, and I did a spirit box session. And it started off like it was going to be a dud. Like the spirit box was not really talking. And then the air got funny. It got a little heavy. You could feel like an energy around you, and that thing got super chatty. So I asked the question, if this is the girl that died in the workplace accident in this mill, could you tell me your name? And I didn't get anything at first. Then all of a sudden, Muriel comes up, and I'm like, I look over at my middle boy, and I'm like, did that say Muriel? He's like, I think that said Muriel. And then it said it again louder. And I'm just curious to the fact that if there's a spirit there, and that's, actually who I think it is, I'm just kind of almost looking for some type of confirmation. I mean, I'm not trying to put you out or anything like that, but I mean, if I sent you pictures of that area, and
I technically speaking, I'm already there. I'm already looking around. In one of those tunnels, I don't know how degraded they are, but there is a set of lamb bones, like baby sheep bones, in some corner of it. And those bones hold some energy left that was used in some kind of ritual. I do take Sean's word as agreement that most of the time, if you are encountering what is supposed to be a spirit of a child, it's more than likely not that child. But the way and the after effect, like all the way that I really call it spiritual goo or spiritual residue, looks like this was meant to take this young girl's soul and put it into some kind of vessel, like some kind of object that they could use for their own ends. It didn't work because I don't think these guys were all that well trained, but there is a spirit that resembles a human girl, but she's being followed by a daemon, which is an infernal being, but it's not from hell. A daemon is essentially just a natural creature from another realm that just gets a bad rap because demons, the fallen angels, make themselves look like daemons, and the daemons just get the bad rap for it. But this daemon has a necklace that has like a crucifix in its hand that's on the pendant, and it's following her around, like almost as if he's trying to keep her safe from something else. And so if this is the actual girl herself, then she's being kept there by these bones, maybe. Like if that's the case. So I don't know if they will even look like bones if you come across them. They may just look like rotten rocks or something, but there are just a set of lamb bones in these basements that's holding a spirit here.
I can give some confirmation to that. There was I'm not exactly sure how much, but there was a story that I gotten from a guy that I've known for years. As a matter of fact, he lives right down the street from me, but he also works first shift at where I work. And I was telling him about the video I'm doing. He's like, I got a couple of stories to tell you. One of the stories he had told me was that him and about 4 or 5 of his friends, and this happened in the late 90s, when the entrance to some of these tunnels you were still able to get into them before they tore down part of a storage building that was there and built something on top of it. But him and his friends had gone down into these tunnels and they started following it. And he's like, they were just they had flashlights, but it was really dark. They weren't seeing, it was just a bunch of intersecting tunnels until they had come to an intersection. And he looks to his left, and down a really, really long tunnel, there was light. And he's like, come on, let's go. And they're like, he's like, stop being wimps. Let's go. So they end up walking down this long corridor and they come into a chamber. And the way he described this chamber to me was that it was a bricked off chamber. The dimensions he gave me was somewhere around maybe like 20 foot by 15 foot. And the entrance that they walked into, there was an entrance ahead of them, and there was an entrance to the left of them. And in the middle of this room, because he saw there were pentagrams that were spray painted or painted on the walls, there were different symbols. He's like, I didn't know what they were. He goes, I just know that they didn't look right to me. And the thing that really got them is that he goes, I noticed that there was a pedestal, like a wooden altar in the middle of the room. Mm-hmm. And as he walked up on this altar, on top of the altar was a raven. And it had like, it almost kind of looked like those like big, I want to say like 16 penny nails in it. And it was pinned to this wooden altar. And obviously the bird was dead. But the thing that struck him was that it was fresh. Like the blood hadn't quite congealed yet. So it looked fresh. And then next thing you know, because there were a bunch of candles that were lighting the room, and that chamber that was off to his left, there was a stirring noise that was in there. And at that point, they kind of got scared. They turned around and they left. And he goes, but I did notice that it looked like there was like this black, or like it was either a black or a brown velvet bag. It wasn't very big, but it was in the corner. And he goes, the reason was that it just stuck out to me. It didn't look like anything else that was in the room. It was like it was there, but it didn't look like it belonged there. It was almost out of place. So I don't know. That's kind of like the short of the story he had told me. Because as he's telling me the story after he leaves, I went and wrote a bunch of stuff down in a notebook. So I was just like took a bunch of bullet points. But so that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, anytime a bird or an avian of any type is used in that kind of way, it's usually used as a soul trap, as a means of trying to take control of, or literally sometimes try to rip the soul out of someone, killing him in place, basically.
Okay.
But most of the time, people don't know that, and so they try using it for something else, like trying to use an avian as a part of like a burial spell, or as a barrier spell, and it just completely just shorts out the entire spell and nothing works because they're using it for the wrong reason. Because sadly to say, birds and avians are good spiritual signs of souls and soul magic. I don't know why, but that's just what I know of it.
Now, when you had said that this girl's soul was trapped there, and there was this daemon that was following her around.
Yeah.
Would that soul have to have been right there in that area, or could they have pulled that soul from down the road? It might sound like a stupid question, but I'm just kind of curious about that.
Depending on what kind of symbols they used and what kind of chants that they used, because I'm more than likely thinking that they had to have written some kind of spell work symbols in that place that they were doing at, as well as chanting. There is an effective range that they have to be within before it to actually work. And
okay.
So she had to have been so far away from that place for it to actually work.
So my guess is on that is that it wouldn't have been that girl that was killed down by the river. It was probably the spirit of that girl that was in that mill to begin with, because they had, from what their psychic had said, that the people that worked with her didn't like her, but she died there in that basement in a workplace accident. But it wasn't anything that anybody had done to her. It was just kind of a freak accident type of thing, and that her spirit never left.
Yeah, that I would do some more research on that accident, just to find out what happened, because it could have been a sheer accident and the spell did something that it wasn't meant to, or it did. Because that just sounds like a whole lot of weirdness even to me. That sounds very weird.
It does sound weird. See, the only problem with that is that certain mills closed, certain parts of the mills closed down in like the 1950s. So if she was in on that side of that mill, that area was used as a storage area for the mill that was standing right next to it, because for a while there was a company called Expanded Rubber that stayed there until like the late 90s, and then they moved to a different area in a industrial park in South Sanford here. So they were there up until like the mid to late 90s. It's the only thing that's hard is that trying to find records for something like that would be really difficult around here because it happened so long ago. You know what I mean? So, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to dig. I'm definitely going to dig, but
I mean, your town hall would have that, right?
you would think so. I would actually have to call. I think I might be able to call the Sanford Historical Society. And maybe they might be able to give me a direction to go in.
So you guys speaking about spirits and everything like that, right? So there's this UPS driver I've become pretty cool with. He's a pretty decent guy. He's in the Bigfoot and the cryptids and stuff like that. So like every morning we'll sit here, we'll go outside, we'll smoke a cigarette and bullshit for a few minutes. Here lately, he's been showing me some pictures he's been capturing on. He's got cameras set up at his uncle's house, and he showed me some photos earlier, and there's nobody at the house. Nobody lives in the house. Show me a photo earlier where it's a hallway, right? And then a wall next to the hallway, and then you can see a wall. So it's like a corner and then a hallway. In that corner, and it's two pictures taken right back to back. In that corner, there is a white mist light type. I don't know how to describe it. But there's something definitely in this picture that's not in the next series of pictures. And I asked him too. I was like, has your uncle experienced anything in the house? He said no. But he's been catching stuff on camera. He's caught a few different things. A couple weeks ago, he showed me a picture. There was actually a face caught in one of the windows.
It sounds like where this guy went, that maybe he got some dirt in his shoe. Like this may sound funny, but it's an actual thing that can happen. Certain areas like that are haunted or spiritually active, if you go through that area and you keep that dirt on your shoes, that earth is kind of being used as a transmitter that allows beings to follow you, more or less. So, and that's my first thought is like, what could he have gone somewhere, gotten something stuck to him, and it's now following him around? So it's not messing with his uncle, it's messing with him.
No, it's not following him around. It's like it's at the uncle's house. Like his uncle doesn't live there, so he's got cameras set up on the property to just make sure nobody comes up there and messes with it, steal shit like that. And he checks the cameras every day, and he's been catching this weird white. And I'd say it looks like a damn apparition, but it's not a full figure apparition. It's just a white, like, expanse outline standing in the corner of this damn room. Whereas the next frame, there's nothing there. So I don't know what this could be, but he's like, yo, if you wanna go up there and if you want to do an investigation or whatever, man, he's like, I'm down. I was like, yo, listen, if you want to do it, I am available Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'm not going to do a Sunday night, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If you want to go up there and investigate, I'll go up there.
Like for me, I would just want to look at the history of that house, find out what kind of land that house is on, and find out what may have happened in that house.
Yeah, when I see him in the morning, I'm going to ask him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy. Well, no, the reason why I'm saying is that if you're going to go up there and investigate, it's something that I do, and I've been told by a couple people, and I'm glad that Roth is here, so that way, if I ain't doing shit right, I want to know, you know what I mean? And this will definitely help you, Truth, if you're going to go and do some investigation there. That I believe it was Miss Lakea that had told me, I believe it was, that onyx stones or black obsidian, if you carry them with you, you can, and you know, of course, I would assume, for me personally, it seems like common sense that you would need to believe and put your energy into this. That could stop an attachment from happening to you. Does that sound right?
It does sound right. Personally, I know more about metals and contracts and pacts. So I would say a similar thing to that would be bronze. Like bronze is very defensive. It's very it was used in the ancient world even to kind of help get rid of certain things. Like if you thought someone was being haunted by a spirit, they would give you a bronze bracelet or something, and you would keep it around you during some stuff like that.
Wasn't copper part of that too?
I think maybe, yeah.
Okay. Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because we used to have this shop that was, and dude, I'm totally bummed. I'll have to check to see if their online store is still open. Because I can get into contact with Mel, the lady that owned this Dragon Star Creations, which was the shop that was right down the hill from me. It's not there anymore, so I don't know what happened, if the rent got too expensive or what. But I had bought a few black obsidian stones from her, because I remember Miss Lakea had mentioned something like that to me. And when I went to the mills this past Sunday, we had the stones with them. And I had both of my boys and I had my little guy with me, Oakley. And I'm like, listen, I kind of got down on one knee with him, got to his level. I said, listen, honey, I go, I know you're a strong dude. You know, you're energetic and you're full of love and everything like that. I go, this stone will help protect you from anything. Okay. But what you got to do is you got to put your energy in it and believe that it will help you, and know that in your heart and soul. I kind of just gave him this whole spiel. And I think we've done 3 spirit box sessions in the past like 2 weeks or something like that. And from what I can gather, because trust me, I've watched enough TV, I've talked to enough people to know that if something's around, and from what I can tell, from what I gather, everybody seems to be cool. Everybody's happy and healthy. There doesn't seem like there's any negative energy in my house, because if there is, I'm going to pick up on that stuff. Or at least I'd like to think I would, because you know what I mean? I'm not trying to, say, hey, I'm this kind of dude, but I'm just saying, I know the warning signs to look for when I know that something ain't right. You know what I mean? Because you can feel that stuff.
Yeah,
so
because the main thing, like a lot of things involving spirits like that, like especially the past, any spirit that is of the dead, more or less, like someone that's died either recently or in history, but they haven't gone on yet, they are drawn to the living because they don't want to be dead. They want to be alive, or if they know that they're dead. And having that barrier that prevents them from latching onto someone is definitely important. So I think that's really good work that you did there.
Now, does stating your intentions also help in that matter too? Because every single time we've done the spirit box session, the second one that we did, we were out in the Blueberry Plains. I don't think I was contacting with a spirit, because there was shit flying all around us, and there was stuff coming out of the spirit box that was like, up here, look up, I see you, I'll be right back. When it said I'll be right back, don't go anywhere, my middle boy was like, Dad, it's gone. I'm like, what's gone? He goes, that big orange orb in the sky is gone. It blinked out. I'm like, oh, okay. And then you hear, I'm here, and it's circling around us again. So I don't know that was spirits per se, as far as that goes. But I've stated my intentions every time when we were all done. Said, listen, we're going to leave now. You cannot follow us. You are not welcome to come with us. Do not follow us.
Yeah. Also, make sure to do that, because imagine it like, someone comes into your house, even if you know them, and they're just coming in, just go immediately to your fridge to raid your food. That's going to be kind of annoying, and it feels like a bit like they were intruding. So telling what you're doing there, what you're going to be doing with that place, and then that you're leaving and that you should not follow them is also important, because they listen to that, and they, for one, it's treating them more with a bit more respect, because there could have been some disrespectful people. Like there are people out there that go to haunted places. They might believe in it, they might not believe in it, but when they go there and they just goof around, it's like the neighborhood jokester going into your house and just messing your place up and then leaving without saying anything.
Yeah, and then my old lady is gonna light you up with her stun gun. So yeah, that's definitely, because I mean, I also kind of give something a little back and say, listen, do not follow me, but you give me a little time, we will come back and we will talk to you again. And that's a true intention. I do plan to go back there. I do plan to go back to a few certain things, a few certain places, and hit some new places. So it's one of those things that I want to go out and do this stuff. Because my older sons are like all about it. They are 100% kind of all in on this one. But I also want to make sure I can try to be as safe as humanly possible. Because like what you just said, I've seen too many people with my own eyes, and being in situations where people have had some bad experiences because they're acting like dicks, basically. And it's like, dude, you got to have respect, man. I'm like, how would you know? I'm like, I grew up around the paranormal. Okay. My first experience when I was 8 years old was with a spirit in the attic of my grandparents' house that they had, dude. So I've been around this stuff too much and have had too many conversations with people to know that if you're going to do this, be respectful. And just kind of keep your ass in check. Keep all your ducks in a row, type of thing, you know?
Definitely.
Well, Kat, so after that session you had, I was on the phone with you, and like Oakley was freaking out because I guess your wife had like an app on her phone going, and it was.
Oh yes, yeah. We went to the one I'm gonna. Because I got to work on it. I actually was cool that I was actually pretty happy I could get in here with you guys tonight. So that's awesome. So thank you for letting me in. I'm because I don't have any stories recorded to put a story out. So the first Spirit Box session we did, we went to this place here in town called Oakdale Cemetery. And it's one of those places where I've been to this place a lot. There's been a lot of weird stuff. As a matter of fact, I think it was last summer 2021. There was a homeless encampment in the woods, literally right. I mean, you walk out of their little homeless encampment that they had in the woods there, their tent city, and you're right onto the back side of the cemetery. So they literally were right on cemetery grounds. And for me personally, that is not where I would want to camp. Ever. That's just not what I want to put myself into. But when you don't have any place to go, it is what it is. A lot of these people were in Pike Woods, and I've actually been able to have the chance to kind of talk to a few of these people and ask them. I said, listen, weren't you guys in Pike Woods, which is the woods that are right down by the mills, the other side of the mills, where I had my experience there not too long ago, where a lot of people have had experiences. And a lot of them have told me, we came here, even though this is creepy, it's a cemetery. Pike Woods was a hell of a lot worse than this place. There's just some bad mojo going on down there. And they were like, it was like, it's really kind of not that bad as long as you don't piss anybody off. And I'm not talking about people. And I was like, okay, I get exactly what you're saying. But yeah, it was, it's not going to be a very long video. I only got about 3.5 minutes of audio on that because we got interrupted by the police, which is cool because I know all the cops here in town. So they were like, yeah, you just can't be in the cemetery after dark anymore. And I'm like, oh, okay. But my wife and Oakley were sitting in the Jeep, and Henry and I were probably maybe about 20 feet away from the Jeep, and we're kind of standing amidst a few of the headstones. And she had this app on her phone, which, I mean, just kind of bear with me here because I don't know how good it's a phone app. I don't know how good the technology is at picking stuff up. I know that you can pick up spirits on digital media and Polaroid cameras. So I'm going to assume that you can kind of do the same with a cell phone camera, being digital media, all that stuff. But anyway, to get to it, we're standing in the stones, and Henry and I are conducting this session. We're trying to talk and all that stuff. And I think Henry, I had to tell him, you got to chill out, dude, because he was enjoying himself, but he was a little giggly. And it's stupid, dumb, started coming over the spirit box. I'm like, you're pissing people off. You know what I mean? Don't. So, but the wife behind us had this app on her phone that was able to apparently pick up spirits and whatever form they would take. And I had actually sent Truth and Bass both of these pictures, 2 still pictures that she had taken off of this app. One of them was kind of like a figure of like a human type of almost stickman kind of figure, kind of a little wobbly or gangly, I guess is the best way that I can describe it without actually showing you the picture. And it was standing off to the side of Henry. And the other one she took, which was standing off to the side of me, unfortunately, was this kind of like, it almost looked like a snake man with arms and devil horns. I'm not gonna lie, it looked a little demonic, you know what I mean? But I don't know if that necessarily was the form it just decided to take, or if it was just how this app was interpreting what it thought it saw. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Part of me wants to know how it detects spirits, because I don't know too much about how the technology tries to sense or pick up those kinds of signals, but it could have been just the shapes that they wanted to show themselves as far as I know, because spirits have a lot better skill and ability to manipulate those kinds of images. So at least with that app, I don't know the apps. I don't know how accurate it is, but it just sounds like maybe they were just showing kind of what they wanted you to look at.
Well, what I'll do is, because the wife went to bed with Oakley, and what I'll do is I'll ask her if she remembers what the name of that app is tomorrow morning. Yeah. And then what I'll do is I'll go through, if she remembers what the name is or she still has it, I'll go ahead and get onto Discord and kind of throw that out to you if she can remember what it was. But I did ask her, I'm like, okay, these pictures, I'm like, when did you take them? She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, okay, let's take this scary ass looking one with the horns that was off to the side of me. Okay. Did you take that at the beginning, middle, or end? She's like, well, Henry was a little giggly at that point. I'm like, okay, so that was the beginning of it. So there was a possibility that something was getting pissed off and kind of took that form. Mm-hmm. And when she took the second picture after he calmed down and got a little bit more serious, that's when that other picture was taken, which was more of a human form. So I'm thinking that, just kind of, like I said, it's speculation at this point, but I'm going to assume that when they felt like whoever the spirit was felt like he wasn't taking it serious enough, kind of got angry a little bit and was like, oh yeah, you're pissing me off, buddy, type of thing. And then when he calmed down and we were able to get some questions in before we were interrupted by the Sanford PD, then maybe somebody had calmed down and was like, okay, just kind of took more of a normal form. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
yeah. One thing I can say is all spirits do have a true form, a true appearance that they were made as. The talk shop term is forged. Your soul was forged a certain way to be a certain shape, but they can also make themselves look like all kinds of things depending on what the spirit is.
So chances are maybe that one with the horns was just kind of a bad apple, more or less, type of thing.
It could have been. It could have just been a form it took at that moment to just say, hey, stop it.
Right. Well, when it was saying stupid and dumb, I'm pretty sure it wasn't talking to me because I wasn't being disrespectful. And I think it was one of those things where I was just kind of like, I think I apologized for him. Like, listen, he's never done this before. He doesn't know. Just kind of bear with me a little bit here, type of thing. So it was almost kind of like that story that DW had put out a little while ago about that guy that lived out in the woods, and his nephew came to hang out with him, and he burns the trash in the yard, and it pisses all the squatch off down there. And when he come out, and he said, "Listen, he don't know no better," type of thing. So I think I'm going to assume, I'm kind of trying to put 2 and 2 together here, that kind of maybe try to wrap my own head around it, type of thing.
Understood. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of times, I think that everyone can say that, say this at one time. They've spoken to an animal or something that they knew it wouldn't understand their language, but just it knew the intent. And I think intent, and I can't just say, not just think, but I'm firmly in the belief center that just putting your intent into your words kind of helps to send the message that you're willing to send, even if they don't understand what you're saying. So it's like someone giving you a compliment in a language you've never heard of, but they're giving you a compliment because of the way that they're saying it.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I've had dogs all my life, and when you're angry at them, even though they can't understand what you're saying, they understand that you're not happy with them, but they also understand when you are happy with them. So that actually does make total sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said when we went up to the mills here this past Sunday, I told both boys, and Oakley's right on par, man. That little dude, he literally is just like me. So when I tell him something, I say, "Listen, this is a big deal, okay, buddy?" When I put it like that, this is a big deal. He's like, "All right, what do I got to do, Daddy?" Type of thing. He kind of adopts that attitude. My older boys, both being 13, I said, "Listen, I want to do this seriously. I don't want to disrespect anything. And if you don't believe in something like that, it's okay. But by the time we walk out of here, if you're respectful, you're going to feel it too." And they both did. I mean, it's what we did Sunday night at the mills. They really have bought into it, I think, because of the fact that it said, "Listen, this is a real thing. This is a big deal. You've heard my stories. I'm not lying to you." You know what I mean? And it really, seeing an apparition of somebody that I knew down on there's this little bridge, because Pike Woods has the Mousam River running through it, but there's a road called Emery Street that runs down the hill, kind of goes across through Pike Woods, and there's a little bridge that goes over the Mousam River. Well, that's where I saw this apparition, but it was somebody that I knew, because this person was with a friend of mine who passed away 3 days before that. And I'm one of those types of people that believes in synchronicity, believes that things happen for a reason, and that most of your experiences that you have is because of something closely connected to you in one way or another. And it's just one of those things that it's like, it just seemed to be like a perfect storm almost, because it all started with a box of Entenmann's donuts. My coworker was eating them. I'm a chubby guy. I'm like, I want some fucking donuts, man. And I did not go the way home that I normally go home when I get out of work, because I stopped at a couple places up here on Main Street and was looking. I couldn't find what I was looking for. And instead of turning out of Cumberland Farms, which is like a gas station convenience store, taking a left and going up Main Street and going home that way, which is 99.9% of the time I always do, I get something that pops into my head that somebody had told me about those woods. I'm like, I wonder if I would see an orb floating in the woods like he saw. So that's why I went down that road, and boom, this happens. And it's like, okay, this happened for a reason. I don't exactly know why or what, but it did. And although it was scary, to a certain point, I mean, it wasn't my first rodeo, but to that degree, it was my first rodeo, seeing something like that.
Yeah.
As perfect as it was. And it freaked me out a little bit, but I'm glad it happened. And it's not just for content purposes. It's kind of a vindication for me personally. Sorry, I don't mean to blabber on, guys. My bad.
No. You're good. You're good.
All right. Wait, hold on, Chaos, you're not done. You didn't go into what you experienced back at the house when I was on the phone with you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't. I have that voice. I have that audio, too. I got to send it to you guys. I have that audio. I just have forgotten to send it. Yeah. So this was the night of the Blueberry Plains that Bass was talking about, and I was standing outside having a couple of beers. Everybody went back in, and I was just like, "Whoo!" Pumped, and I had to tell somebody. I'm like, "I'm gonna call Bass because he's gonna like this." I would have called you, Truth, but I figured at that point you were trying to take a nap before you had to go to work, so I didn't want to like interrupt you, that type of thing. So along with that app that Renee had in her phone that took the pictures at the cemetery, because both of these spirit box sessions happened in one night. So we went right out to work that night, and she came back to the house. Well, we all came back to the house, and this this app she had also had like an EVP recorder, and I don't know why she thought to turn it on, because there is a spirit in this house. It's the spirit of the older lady that used to live upstairs because she passed away here. And I mean, I'd talked to these guys and Vault and all that stuff. And I think you, Roth, you might have even heard me talk about it on a live stream where we've had several experiences of activity going on here. And she comes back, we come back to the house, and I don't know why she did it, but she turned on the EVP app and it started recording. And she comes out, because I actually put my phone next to it so Bass could hear it. It sounded like this moaning or wailing type of thing, if that sounds right, if I can remember right. Mm-hmm. And she recorded a little bit of it, and Henry actually was able to get that from her off of her phone, so that's where it came from. But apparently this app, when it's doing the EVP recording, I don't know why or how. Maybe it's able to read the continuity of the voice, but the words that came up on the screen to describe the voice said "old woman 1," the number 1. And I'm like, old woman. I'm like, could that be like picking up Alice? I'm like, it wouldn't surprise me if it was. I just thought it was really, really strange. And it's kind of creepy to hear it, but I actually still have it in my phone, which is kind of wild. I totally forgot to send it to you guys. Yeah, it was a hell of a night. Needless to say, it was a hell of a night.
Yeah, because he put the phone up to it. I'm like, dude, what the hell is that?
And the funny thing is that it could very right have. I mean, I'm not gonna say it was her. You know, I strongly feel that it was, but it's a good possibility that it could have picked up a radio station. That, I mean, there was no radios or media or TVs or anything, computers playing in the house at the time. The neighbors upstairs were sleeping because they work a shift where they're getting up at like 1 or 2 in the morning to go to work. So they would have been sleeping at the time, because it was somewhere around between 10 and 11:30, I think it was. It was like around 11 or 11:30, I think, when I called you. Mm-hmm. So they would have been sleeping. There was no media playing, unless this app is so sensitive it could pick up a radio station or whatever from upstairs apartments. I kind of doubt it, because it still has to go through the phone itself, and her phone's not that great. So, I mean, it was one of those things where it was like, wow, this is just kind of the cherry on top of the night. You know what I mean? It was like, it's nothing I expected, and it was really interesting, to say the very least.
All right. So, Ruff, I have a question for you.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about the supposed stairs in the woods, and have you ever tried to remote view them?
I have tried to remote view them. I have not caught any just yet, but I believe that the stairs in the woods are a type of portal, and maybe even a type of portal trap. Something where, say, you're a hiker in the woods, you see these weird stairs out in the middle of nowhere, go up to them, and you start to feel this pull, this maybe in sometimes voices in your head saying, hey, the answers that you are looking for will be revealed. Just enticing and trying to trick you into going up those stairs.
So you do believe it's a real phenomenon?
I think that any kind of portal trap could potentially definitely exist, because a portal is still a portal at the end of the day, no matter what shape it takes.
Okay.
because there are portals that are the shape of a bonfire. So no one would think of going right through a bonfire, but something that knows portals would just walk right through it, and you think that it just walked right into a fire, and then it just disappears the next moment.
Dude, you know what? As you say that, that reminds me of the one time we did the Red Feather review where some people they were sitting around like a little fire or whatever, and it looks like a spirit walks through the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So, speaking of the stairs on the woods, do you guys remember me telling you about the gentleman who told me he came across a set of stairs out in like Kansas or some shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if Roth heard it. I started chatting with this guy, and he relayed the message. He relayed that he was out in the wood, out hiking with two of his friends, and they came into this little clearing where there was a set of stairs in the woods. And he said it looked like an ornate pair of stairs from, say, a rich person's house, right? So I asked him, I was like, "Yo, so were there any noises? Could you hear anything? Like, did any of you guys get close?" He said they got close enough to it that you could hear the sound of it. Sounded like wind blowing over rocks. And he said when they started hearing that, they left the area and then went back like a day or two later, and it wasn't there. So that portal kind of makes sense because, yeah, I could see you being a hiker in the woods and you, oh shit, what is this weird set of stairs here? And you you go close to it, and maybe you don't have to walk up to it. Maybe you just have to get close enough to it, and the shit will suck you in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that plus that may explain some of the missing 411 cases. These people come across these weird things. They go up to it and gone.
Mm-hmm. I remember one of the missing 411 documentaries was talking about the hunted, and there was one person that went missing, and his hunting buddy at the time said there was some odd weather phenomena going on. He just heard this thing that sounded like a lightning or like a whip crack or like a lightning crack, like without any thunder. And to me, that is Portal 101, Portal Trap 101. That when a portal closes that suddenly, you can sound like a whip crack or like a lightning bolt without the thunder.
See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, any portal like that just closes immediately, you're gonna hear something, either on the end that you are in, or even if you're far off, you'll still hear something.
Truth, did you hear that loud crack of thunder at like 4 o'clock in the morning last night?
It was a fun. I was on. Well, I was supposed to be at work, but I was still sleeping. But yeah, I heard that shit. No, yeah, there was a hell of a thunder and lightning storm here last night, but I don't think it was anything portal. Now, what? All right, so say there was. What could that possibly sound like a sonic boom? Also,
It all depends. I would imagine that it would have to deal with what the shape of the portal is taking, or what the caster is what I'll use put the portal as. No. So it might sound like, yeah, like suddenly a jet engine just having a flare up or something like that.
Now I wonder if the portal closing like that, it's going to cause that sound like a whip crack or something like that, maybe like a sonic boom. I wonder if it would cause like a vibration also. Like depending on how big it was, causing a rumble. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing I would think of is that most portal traps are meant to be undetectable after they've been sprung, at least to the naked eye. So there might be some vibrational residue that you might check, or if you hear one going off and you have a certain device with that can track it, you might get something on it.
Well, only because what I'm thinking of, this would have had to have been a massive portal if it was a portal. I don't know what the hell it was, but back in my town, back in 2015, it was like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. Right, I'm laying in bed, and you hear this like fucking loud. It sounded like a just 100,000 pounds of dynamite went off, just bang, really loud, right?
Mhm.
And I was like, "What the fuck was that?" So
Like it shook houses
yeah, so
for
couple,
miles.
like a day or so later, it's in the article. Areas of Sullivan County rocked by loud explosion noise, and so a few of the police officers in my town were sitting in their cars out in front of the station, and their cars actually like shook and vibrated.
I can imagine they would try to explain that away as a skyquake, where the atmosphere has a shift.
The article came out, and then there was nothing after that.
Huh.
No, there was no more information about that shit. And people heard, like, Sullivan County, or my town. I live in what's called Sullivan County, and Sullivan County is a huge deal. Like there's a lot of area in Sullivan County, and it was heard from in different corners of the fucking county.
And you know what? They actually did post an article about that. I want to say about 2 years ago. People are still wondering what that sonic boom noise was in the middle of the night, and nobody's come up with anything. There's actually a photo floating around where I'll have to see if I can find it. But I think it's roughly in that same area where there was like a light beam that was caught from a few different areas, like in the sky. It was over the Never Sink Reservoir.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any like air bases, or I'm just asking because it sounds like someone was experimenting with something and some kind of reaction happened.
Well,
the only air base that's around here is, and they don't even really use it as an air base. Like you can take like a commercial, you can take like a jet from here to like Paris out of the fucking shit. It used to be, it's called Stewart Air Force Base, Stewart International Air Force Base. It was part of the military before, but now they made it airport.
Yeah,
but like that's the only thing, and that's not even in our county. That's down in Orange County.
Well, no, we have the White Lake Airport. And I told you that one day I was sitting at the pizza table making pizza, and I seen a fucking fighter jet fly by. I mean, like low. I just so happened to be looking at them. That's zoom by. I'm like, yo, did somebody just see that? Please tell me you just seen that shit. It looked like an F-16 flying at about 1,000 feet.
Huh.
Like,
wow.
There's no real Air Force base or any kind of air base really in our area. But didn't you say there's something weird out in one of these corners of town? You think it might be a fucking underground facility?
Oh yeah, that's one of the conspiracies I came across about this area.
Hey guys, do you guys have the ability to take calls? Well, Eddie Patch had put into the chat, I had a freaky experience on my honeymoon in Aruba. I think I know one of their abduction strategies. Do you want to hear it?
Ooh. Absolutely.
So
you know what, Eddie Patch, as long as you have a mic on your phone and you can use your mic, you can hop into the StreamYard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'll post the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you can hook a phone up to that, you can do that, and you'll be good to go.
Because that's how Volt was going earlier. Volt was on his phone.
Yeah, if you.
That's how I'm doing it now. I'm wearing a headset with a microphone, and it's hooked into my phone. That's why I can't send Bass and Truth the audio of what we captured in the house here that night.
Yeah,
I gotta wait till later.
when
Yeah,
you
no,
click the link, it'll tell you it'll ask you to give access to your mic or camera or whatever, and then you just go in there. You don't have to have your camera on, so when you actually hop in, just take your camera off, leave your mic on. Yeah, so just click that link. But yeah, now Bash, you're saying the underground, there's some supposed underground
okay.
facility
All
in our
right.
area.
Well, in this area, well, you know where Chapin Estates is, right?
Yes.
Well, before Chapin Estates was there, this was a massive wooded area. The only thing in this area was a Toronto Reservoir, and I mean, like this shit was nothing but woods. But people came up, they bought up all the land, they started putting like $500,000, $1 million houses on this shit. But before they did that, I was told that if you walk far enough into this woods, you come into a clearing where there is a house and there is a giant doorway that goes down underground. And the way they described this doorway was about 50 to 60 feet wide. Like picture a rectangle, about 60, between 50 and 60 feet on each side, and it goes down into the ground. Supposedly, this is I was told it was a presidential retreat, but I'm not too sure about that because there's been days where I've been like sitting out at my job, sitting on the porch or whatever, smoking a cigarette, and I'll see military coppers flying around in formation, like in that V formation that they do, going towards this area.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's always there's constant for not having a military base in my county, it like anywhere in my immediate area, there's a lot of military helicopter traffic
Dude,
around here.
I see Chinooks flying around all the time when I'm out fishing, dude. Like every time I'm out fishing and I hear a helicopter, like I look up to see if I could tell what it was, because you could tell the helicopter from the hospital. That's like blue and white with a little bit of red, but shit, even when I was out there yesterday around White Lake, man, I seen
Eddie, you got to give it. You got to give Eddie. You got to give it access to your mic.
I seen a black helicopter flying over. And when was it? Truth, that one day you met me at Kai Misha, and we seen that plane, and all of a sudden, like the shit wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, that was a
big plane, and it was flying low as shit.
That was like
Chaos. I think that was the same day.
C-130, I think it was.
Yeah, Chaos. That was the same day where I sent you that message. Like, yo, I was out here fishing. I seen a silver orb. I looked down for about 2-3 seconds. Looked back up, and it winked out and was gone. It was the same day.
Really? So you saw that? Because I remember you sent me the video. I actually put that in into that video that we did for the Chaos Effects. So the same day you saw that military jet, you saw this UFO in the sky.
No. The military jet was after the UFO.
Yes.
That's what I was about to ask. Which one happened first? Yeah.
The UFO happened first. Then Jay pulled up. Well, Truth, sorry. Then that's when we seen the military plane.
And
wow,
I mean, it was a big plane and it was flying low.
That's wild. So I mean, you know what? There's been a lot of people, and you guys know this too, especially that where you've seen a UFO in the sky or something where in the sky like that, and not that much later, a military craft is coming through, whether it be a jet or a helicopter or something like that. That's wild, dude.
Mm-hmm.
No kidding.
And I'll tell you what, that C-130 looked weird. Like it looked like a normal plane, but it didn't have normal characteristics. It almost was like, Bass, would you say it was almost reflecting?
Yeah.
Like at a certain point, like when it was coming to us, we couldn't really see it until it was almost on top of us. And
you can hear it. You could definitely hear it coming though.
And then when it got on top of us, you could see it a little bit. And then when it started moving away from us, you couldn't see it anymore. You could hear that damn thing. It's like that. You know how the refracting technology that they apparently use that can show what's above the plane on the bottom of it. It's like it was doing that. Like it was mirroring whatever was on the bottom of it was mirroring in the sky when it got started going over us.
I've heard about that tech. That's like some deep technology type stuff that they've been doing where they're trying it with. It sounds like that they've already done it. They're doing it with aircraft, but I heard they're also trying to do it with soldiers, where they would have this active camouflage.
Yeah, so I saw that. That one was really weird. But yeah, for us not having any military bases around, there's a lot of military traffic, air traffic.
Technically, we're only either way. We're about 20 miles away from either PA or the New York, New Jersey, PA border, like where they meet.
But in the direction that this air traffic is going, that's not where they're heading.
No,
or heading from. You know what I mean? It's yeah.
Yeah, I want to say after us, it was probably maybe. I seen this. It was probably maybe 15 minutes later.
And I also let me learn the English again. If I could definitely imagine that the United States military would love to find some way of making portals, because what's the best way of getting around anywhere instantaneously?
Yep.
Oh, I believe they already have it.
Mr. Eddie Pitch is joining us. What's up, man? Welcome. Can you hear us?
Eddie, how you doing, buddy?
Hello.
You might have to. His mic still be mute on his side.
You might have to unmute your own mic, dude. Yeah, should have a link, a little tab in there that says unmute. Might be highlighted. Because we got you. We got you. We just can't hear you. But yeah. Yeah, Bass. I don't know why I got that.
Oh. It doesn't matter.
At this point, I really don't care. You know what I mean? Like,
in the immortal words of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and just thinking though of
there he goes.
Talking about the portal traps and then what you were hearing that day. The only thing I could ever think of that would ever really associate that is anytime you hear of flights that disappear out of nowhere in certain areas, and they never find any wreckage, and they never find any trace of the black box.
So kind of like the Bermuda Triangle or the Malaysia flight. Shit, I can't remember the number. The Malaysia flight that went missing a few years ago.
Yeah, that's what I would think of. Like if it came to like in the middle of this altitude in the air, because usually a portal will have some kind of physical marker around it. But if it's just in the middle of the air with nothing around it, it would be there only for that kind of very specific purpose. It's trying to catch something that's in flight.
Well, a lot of this stuff could actually be Project Bluebeam.
Yeah.
You still think they're working on? You still think they're working on Bluebeam?
I think they got that mastered, because I remember a few years ago I seen a video where, dude, I don't know, it was somewhere out west. I don't know if it was like Arizona or California, Nevada, but somebody was driving on the highway, and there was a plane like basically stuck in the air. Then it winked out and came back in.
Are you saying that Project Bluebeam, is that the one where they can take and they can like do holograms, project holograms?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny that you say that, because John Lear, I'm sure you guys know who that is.
Absolutely.
John Lear had said that somebody had told him that the planes that flew into the Twin Towers weren't planes, they were cruise missiles. And that they were able to project a project a hologram of a plane on there. But I mean, in all honesty, you know, it's like listen, I mean, we've got more than enough evidence to say that those were planes that flew into the towers, but kind of at the same time, there wasn't any actual plane wreckage on the ground.
Yes. And you know what? There is a very interesting video. I'm pretty sure it's the second plane. Like some shit went down that day. I have no qualms about that. Yes. But there's a video of the second plane hitting the building, and it doesn't look like it crashed. It looks like it's absorbed into the building.
Looks like that.
And
Yes.
then you have the controversy that went on with the Pentagon.
Oh,
Where supposedly a woman, she came out and said it. She said it was a bring your kid to work day, and she went to go pick up her phone, and as soon as she picked up her phone, that's when the explosion happened. So, and the site where that explosion happened was the DNI,
Department of Naval Intelligence.
some of their offices, because DNI also had offices in the World Trade Center.
Well, you know what's weird is that if you remember, there was a video that was played for an extremely short time of supposedly the plane going into the Pentagon, but it didn't look like a plane, and they didn't play it at all after that. I mean, it like literally, you can't even find it anywhere unless, I think, if you go to the dark web. And there were actually there were security cameras that were at the gas station, apparently at the gas station right next to the Pentagon, and some of those cameras were pointed at the Pentagon because it was looking out over that side of the parking lot, and immediately those videos were seized by U.S. government. So it's like, you know, I can understand national security, all that stuff, but it's been how long since 9/11? You know what I mean? So it's one of those things that it was like, you know, why not show them now? You know what I mean, type of thing. And you know, those things have been locked away in some government facility right next to the Ark of the Covenant. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if they really said anything about 9/11, there's still a lot of politicians around now that were around back then. If they came out and said, "Oh yeah, we did this shit and this was big conspiracy and everything," like those fuckers will get lynched.
Well, yeah, and also including the former vice president. So you know what I mean? That's one of those things. So it's like, it's just crazy. I mean, it's like, and you know, honestly, in a way, from what John Lear says, it kind of makes sense that he's like, listen, he goes, because he said it to Art Bell. He goes, even if the two of those planes crashed into the buildings, as big as the explosion would be, you would find airplane parts, because those things literally would crumple, and there would be parts all over the place. They never found any. And it was like,
turbines or seats or something.
Yeah,
those big engines are not going to, those big turbine engines are not going to disintegrate. Pratt and Whitney made those things. Those things are built to last.
I mean, come on now. They never found any plane parts, but they managed to find the IDs.
That perfect passport in a side alley sitting there.
Like, yeah, like get the fuck out of here. That whoever detonated some of those indoor explosions dropped that shit and was like, yo, we're gonna leave this right here. And then they walked away.
I see what you're
out of my swamp. I'm used to the non-human things and non-human machinations things. So this is part of what I have no idea. this is over my head.
No, well, hold on.
Well, it's a past event. You could probably go back and remote view it.
So there is some weird footage from the day of 9/11 that I did come across back in the day when that shit happened.
Oh,
so
you talk about the D-Vids?
Mm-hmm. I don't know what the hell they were. This is broad daylight, right? So there's one video where this woman is like, she's standing on the sidewalk, and there's a shiny, glossy wall behind her. Right? This is right after all this shit happens. She's standing there. Was the man dressed up in a priest? I believe he's dressed up as like a clergyman, a priest or something like that. Like he was dressed up as somebody of the church. you could see when he walked past. You could see him when he walked past her. There was no reflection, none, and that there was a few different videos like that.
Whoa.
People dressed up in certain outfits, and they'd come across they'd walk past a reflective surface, and you couldn't see them in the reflection, like nothing at all. But you can plainly see them walk in front of the camera. So there was a lot of weird shit going on that day.
I know this might seem far-fetched, but I believe every once in a while, like some of these events that take place are mass soul harvesting. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Like 2,000, 3,000 people at a pop. Like if it's just one being doing it, that's 3,000 souls. That's a lot of energy.
Yeah, that's so. Eddie. So what we're gonna, I want you to come on so we can hear this.
Mhm.
We're gonna have to set this up for.
Dude, sign up for a Skype number.
What happened?
Sign up for a Skype number.
Oh, me? I don't like using Skype.
I think it was. Well, yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to figure this out because we got to get you on and talk about that. Is he still in chat? I don't have chat up on my screen.
I think he is. Let me check.
Wow.
Yeah.
Eddie's been around for a while. Eddie's been around for quite a while now. I don't know why he doesn't have a wrench. Some people lose theirs, some people gain theirs. You know what I mean? We'll leave it at that. Right, ever hear see anything in those woods across the street?
Oh yeah, Chaos. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the show, but you remember I told you I didn't talk to Chase about that?
I actually talked to Chase right at the end of my second break tonight. I think it was somewhere around it was like 10 after 9 or something like that. I talked to him for a couple of minutes on the phone before I had to go back. But yeah, I did talk to Chase a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. And this is a question for all three of you here, and I guess anyone else here in the upper Northeast. If you guys have you ever thought about investigating the Pine Barrens?
Funny. Speaking of that, a guy I work with at UPS, he's normally going back and forth to Jersey, and he asked me, he's like, "Yo, listen, I know you're in all this weird shit. You want to go down to the Pine Barrens?" And I'm like, I've given it some thought, right? Well, if I'm able to get my pistol permit, yes, I'll go to Pine Barrens.
Well, you can't carry in New Jersey.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm going to tell you straight up, I would love to go to the Pine Barrens and have a walk around there. I mean, in all honesty, there's something in there or some things in there.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's a horse, donkey, winged unicorn monstrosity, I don't know. But, it's one of those things that there is something in there and it's big and it flies and it's scary and there's probably other shit in there too.
Walt told me how to call that shit in. He told me how to bring it in.
What is that? Wasn't it hanging a 6-pack of Coors Light or something like that?
Yeah, because of the shiny cans. It has to be a full moon or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that leaves me out because I bring Sammy's wherever I go. So,
well, you remember that show that came on? It was years ago where they were out in the Pine Barrens and that woman walked down the road and there was something with red eyes staring at her.
It's one of those shows back in the 90s they used to do.
Was it Monster Quest?
No.
This was before that, man.
No, back in the 90s, right? Around Halloween, they would for the month of Halloween, networks would do specific shows research, like we're going to the world's most haunted place, shit like that. And every Halloween we'd watch this shit.
Yeah, they go to like Becky's Tavern and
yeah,
the Philadelphia jail.
Investigating that ghost town out in, I think it's Colorado. But one episode of that, they went to New Jersey to investigate. They did a whole episode about the Jersey Devil and the Pine Barrens and everything like that. And they went and interviewed a few investigators. And the investigators were talking about how they've caught like eye shine in the woods. They've heard like flapping noises and everything like that. So on the last night of the investigation, they're standing like on this dirt road and they see something. What would you say, Bassett? Maybe like 60, 70 yards away.
Yeah, it might have been closer than that.
Come stepping, like this is all caught. I don't know if you can find it on YouTube or anything like this, but on this show, you could see something walk out, come out of the tree line onto the road and like turn and like kind of like sit down a little bit, and you could see two eye shines glowing, like two eyes glowing. So the camera like looks around, the chick giving an interview, they're like, what is that? And she turns around and she looks at it. And she's like, oh, yo, I'm going to go up there and see what it is. And they were like, I don't think you should do that. And like, she said she's going to go.
Yeah.
So she starts walking up there and she heard a growl and saw something and she came running back. Then they all went running away. Right. And they said, yo, she refused to talk about what she saw and heard when she went over there, when she started walking towards whatever the hell that was that stepped out onto the road.
Jeez. I will admit I have done my own little research into the Pine Barrens, even trying to remote view, and the closest I could ever get was just that whoever, or if for at least for me and mine, it's whoever's in there. We don't view it as whatever's in there. Whoever's in there, he was spooked the hell out because he's in this weird world that doesn't operate where he was from. And I guess he has a really poor taste in alcohol because he likes Coors Light.
Yeah, that's beer pong beer, man.
So, so I'm going to assume, Roth, that you know what you're doing. Out of all the time that we've been doing this thing, and I've been talking to you in chat and the stuff you've been putting in chat, I'm going to say you're pretty much damn near pro, in my opinion, when it comes to remote viewing, because you're right on top of stuff and all that stuff. So if it's hard for you to kind of figure out what is in the Pine Barrens or who is in the Pine Barrens, and that's got to be something. I mean, in all honesty, if there's an energy big enough to kind of somewhat block what you're trying to see.
It's also a part of, if something or someone doesn't want to be found and they know that there are remote viewers and other things that could look for them, they will find ways of getting around that.
You know, I have to ask this question, okay? I have to 100% ask this. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. But you said you're a kinesthetic witch. Is that how you pronounce it?
It's the term I'm using the most to help give an umbrella of what I am, a kinesthetic.
Kinesthetic, okay.
Yeah.
What is that? Because I'm not, forgive my ignorance, all right? But I'm just kind of curious because I've never heard that term before.
Kinesthetic puts a lot of emphasis towards the old Egyptian deities. So because my quartet of deities that I primarily follow, 3 of them are Egyptian. So, and I have a really big connection to those Egyptian deities and to the pantheon as a whole. I do, however, fully acknowledge other pantheons as well as even Jehovah himself. It's just because 3 of my 4 are Egyptian, I just kind of put myself under that umbrella, and then I use the word witch for the general term of I don't follow any strict practicing of magic. I just use magic as is needed. It's because I don't put cultural barriers between myself and what magic I can and cannot use.
Okay. Can I ask what deities that you follow?
Okay, I will tell you the deities and the purview, aka what part that they go. So for me, it's Bastet for the protection of the home, protection of the family. Anubis for justice, because he is a deity of justice, and I do believe in keeping justice in law, law and order. Sobek for the laws of nature, for the maintaining of the environment, because Sobek is a god of the Nile. He's a god of nature. He's not evil or good. He's just fully in primal nature. And then Diana for wisdom. Diana, aka Athena.
Okay. Well, all right. So this might seem like a weird question, but it's only because of what I was listening to earlier tonight. Can you channel, or do you channel?
I used to channel a lot more often. Nowadays, I'm a lot more picky because I overextended the channeling earlier in this particular lifetime. I overdid it and let too many things through, and now I'm a bit more picky about it.
Okay. Well, the reason why I asked is because I was listening to, I was on Ancient Alien Archive, and I'm picking up a lot of great information on that. Plus, not to mention, if you remember a little while back, Paul and I did a show on the Sumerian tablets, and we're going to do another show. So I'm trying to get my information straight. But now, and before I make the statement, is the highest god in the Egyptian pantheon is Ra. Am I correct with that?
Yes.
Now, in what I'm listening to, which is the Lost Book of Enki, Ra was Enki's son, Marduk. Is it possible that it's honest curiosity as far as that goes in what you're saying and what I was listening to earlier. Is it possible that the Egyptian gods, were actually Anunnaki? If Marduk was an Anunnaki and his children had filtered down in to fill these, forgive my terminology, but fill these positions as gods of the Egyptian pantheon. That's why I asked if you were channeling, because I'm like, if these are extraterrestrials in some form or another, is it possible that, do you know where I'm trying to go with? I'm trying to be as respectful as possible without asking the wrong question.
I think a better answer to that is I think the children of those Egyptian gods were possibly Anunnaki, not the gods themselves were gods, the species of god deity, but I think the Anunnaki were the children of those gods.
Okay, well that makes sense. That does make sense to me in how you just put that, because of the way that the Book of Enki reads out and plays out. That you've got these beings that come here, and their lineage only goes back so far. It's kind of like with ours. Our lineage only goes back so far, but then they don't really have any real concrete history of where they came from. They just refer to it as the creator. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not meaning to go this deep, but from the general belief systems of the other side. Oh, hello, Eddie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Got you now.
Oh, great. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, okay. The way that the general beliefs of the deities as a whole, because there is no cultural divide with it, because on the other side of the veil there is no like Egyptian or Sumerian or Aztec, Mayan, American, any of that. It's just the deities. So there are the deities, which are like Ra, Zeus, Ares, Anubis, Sobek, all the list goes on, and then there are Titans, who are the fathers and mothers of the gods, and Jehovah is the Titan of creation.
Okay.
He was the one that he's known as the creator of Titans, or not. He's the creator among Titans, rather than he's not the creator of Titans. I hope you guys get what I'm meaning.
I'm getting what you're putting down. Yeah.
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 He is the Titan known as the creator. Gaia is the Titan known as the mother. Okeanos is the Titan known as the keeper. Kronos, the Zeus's dad, Kronos, was known as the destroyer.
Okay. Well, it makes sense. Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I'm gonna throw because just to say real quick, the guys here are gonna help me out because I went and got the cables that I needed that my little Rugrats put somewhere and can't find now. But I got the cables that I needed, and I want to kind of. It's very hard for me right now with the schedule that I work to actually record people and do Chaos Effect shows. So I kind of want to bring it live on Sunday nights.
Oh yeah.
And when Paul and I get together because after he listens to this 2-hour video that I sent him, he's probably going to want to talk about it and get into it. I would assume. Don't want to put words in your mouth there, buddy. But I would like to have you in that show with us to kind of chime in and kind of bring a different perspective and a different train of thought into it. I think that the three of us could put on a really, really good show talking about something like that.
That's honestly why I'm here. I'm essentially here at the behest of my deities as well as my spirit buddies to help you guys along the way to kind of helping figure things out. I'm the one that's able to give you guys clues like, hey, check out that footprint over there, or hey, check out this guy sign over here.
Nice.
Okay, I like that idea. It's good. It's good to have a forgive the statement, but it's good to have an ace in your corner. Honestly, I mean, it's in what we talk about and our train of thought and what we go into. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but mostly for myself, it's nice to have that different perspective of something that's kind of outside the realm of norm, I guess, maybe, if that sounds right. You know, it kind of brings in all elements, especially with the stuff that we talk about.
Pretty much in a nutshell, I am the one that's giving you guys the vantage point and point of view of the thing that you're looking at. So if you're thinking about like I'm the one that's giving the narrative of what the alien is thinking while it's looking at you.
Okay. Rock and roll. Now I'm going to be going tomorrow. I'm going to go out and look for footsteps in my yard. So, I'm going to be like, okay, let's go. I'll have my little buddy with me. I'm like, let's go looking for stuff, buddy. Well, I mean, in my yard, I got to clean it up and get it all right. And after the lawn crew comes through and takes away leaves and cuts grass and everything, I actually was talking to the wife and she's all about it. But I kind of wanted to forgive the statement. I wanted to kind of put in like a fairy garden almost. I don't want to attract anything that I shouldn't attract, but if something is going to be here, I kind of want them to have their own little space to come in and
stay over here, not over here.
Well, it's one of those things that's like, listen, if you're going to be here, then this is a space that, this is just for you, dude. This is your spot. Rock and roll.
So
it's kind of a respect thing, I guess. So okay, I'll shut up now.
We've got Mr. Eddie Pitch. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing Eddie Petch, right? So that's how I pronounce it. Joining us on the stream for the first time. Welcome to the stream. And so, what is the information you want to share with us?
Okay, so I got married in 1995, and my father won a lottery ticket for like $5,000. So he bought us a honeymoon in Aruba, and the events that I'll share with you, it involves my assumptions on first the big topic is what abduction, right, and what happened with Natalie Holloway, and also another blonde in that time period too. So let's see, there's some sex, crime, and I guess we'll start with we get off the plane. Through the travel agent, we signed up for you spend an hour with timeshare people. They try and sell you. And if you give them the hour, and then they give you $100 for the casino. They give you $100 one-way casino chips. So we were there for 2 hours. They kind of strung us along, but let's think about the background information that they're collecting in that 2 hours. They create a detailed profile on us. Where do you work? What do your parents do? How much do your parents make? Right? Lots and lots of questions that I didn't give much thought to at the time, but they can look at me, the son of a roofer who has a roofing business. Okay, so I'm not like a senator's son or anything. I don't have the power to bring people in to investigate if I go missing. And my wife's father was in the Navy for 28 years, I think, in a nuclear sub. And they asked a lot of questions about him. But, she said he doesn't have the money. He's just got a military retirement. So that first day that we got there, they collected a lot of information about us. And I think in that respect, they're looking at their targets very closely. Okay. My wife is beautiful, and she was very beautiful then. And at that time I was wearing a shirt, and I'm nothing like this now, but prior to that I was boxing, and I even measured at 2% body fat. And I did, I had my abs and striations around the side and everything like that. It's a memory now. But I was really, really fit, and I had done boxing for like a year and a half, and I had no idea what I was doing. And then I got a coach who was in the lineage of, if you go through Mike Tyson's coach and his coach, his coach. Yeah. So Customato's coach also taught the Bergeron family. So the Bergeron taught it to his son Dave, and Dave taught me in a very short amount of time some very good counter punches. So that just lifted my spirits a little bit. But my point here is that I was in dynamite shape, and I wasn't a pro boxer, just amateur. And I have pretty bad asthma, so no matter what I did, I ended up taking heavy breaths during fights. So they don't see that through the shirt. So we leave. The next morning, my wife plans a massage. We stayed at La Cabana, like a all-inclusive, free drinks, really good drinks. They were like red, white, and blue. But anyways, and by the way, the cab driver, I asked him on the way over there, I said, how's the crime here? Should we be concerned? And he said, no, there's no crime here. Why would there be crime? So now go to day 2. Becky gets she schedules an appointment for 9 a.m. and we eat breakfast. She goes to the appointment, and I walk across the street, just a crosswalk across the street, a stack of chairs, and maybe 75 yards of beach, and then the water. So I walked just in the crosswalk. I pick up a chair, and I probably walked like 15 yards out, turned around, faced the crosswalk, and I sat down with a brochure for a jet ski, which I wasn't going to pay for. And I'm going to wait an hour, and some amount of time went by, and a couple came over, and they look like, as a 25-year-old, they look like, it's mom and pop. And they sat down, okay? They grabbed chairs, and they sat down literally right in front of me. And we could have had a small campfire in between us. That's it. They were that close. Now Aruba is topless because it's Dutch, and they take their shirts off, and they get the old people hats and everything. And next thing you know, I'm sitting there, and I look up, and she's got her top off, and I never saw anything like that. And to this date, I couldn't find something as extraordinary as like her chest. Trying to tiptoe through this, but like I had shades on, and I was like, should I look or not? You know, I'm looking at the brochure, and then I'm kind of looking, and then her husband's right there next to me. I have no idea what swinging is, or you know, I'm like the guy who was holding hands with girls. You know, like sort of like I had no idea what the wild side was. So she is a knockout. I'm gonna avoid the details, but I was stunned, and guess what? Time goes by, and out comes my wife, and I didn't even notice her. She walked across the crosswalk, comes up to me, and says, "Eddie, can we go for a walk?" And now, keep in mind, just 2 years ago, we were having an argument about something, and she said, "Well, that's not as bad as the time on our honeymoon when you went outside and sat directly in front of that woman she was topless." And I mean, no. This I don't know the purpose of this couple. I don't know what their intentions were. Okay, but it could be to test the waters with me. What are my moral values? You know, can they split us up? Whatever. And let me get to the. I know it sounds fishy right now, but so we get up, we go for a walk on the beach in the morning, and we hear a car peel out, and somebody's yelling, "Hey, give me my effing towels and my my bag back," or something. And three locals are boogieing down the road, and we looked at each other and thought, and said like, "Wow, no crime, huh?" And so then perhaps that day or the next day, we wanted to go see, there's two attractions on the other side of the island that many people go to see. And one is Baby Beach, which is absolutely beautiful. And the other is the Bat Caves. So we rented a car and we went to, 12 miles or so to Baby Beach. It was about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. We pulled in. If you Google it now and look on the map, you will see like a restaurant sort of, you'll see it's been developed. But at the time that we went, it was, the attraction is that there's a large pool and it's about 15 feet deep, and you can see clearly like across the whole thing. Maybe that's 100 yards or so, and there's an entrance at each end of it into the ocean, where when we went down into the water, that's where all the colorful fish were. So, so now we pull in there. There was another family there. They left, so we're alone there. My wife is her father being in the Navy, she's a fantastic swimmer. I mean, we go to the beach, and if I leave her alone for a half hour, I turn around, there's like a dot on the horizon of her head. That's how far she swims out. And I can't swim for nothing. But so we're going through the water, and we go out into the ocean proper and the coral, and we're looking around and whatnot. And I was feeling like, just like moving, so I'm in the water. And if you've ever like shadow boxed in the water, it's kind of a nice little workout, it just feels good. We're on our honeymoon, blah, blah, blah. And I come out of the water, and I'm facing the, where we parked, and I'm just twisting my neck, and whatnot. And my wife is about 30 yards out. In the corals, looking around, standing on a coral. So I never ever was the type to show off like in any way, shape, or form. But I was loosening my shoulders. Okay, so I barely noticed that a van had pulled in, and 6 guys were walking maybe the 100 yards from the parking lot to where we were. About 6 guys start walking really fast. Like they hopped out of the van. They had purpose. They weren't running, but there was one behind the other, and they were moving. really fast, and I'm not paying attention to them, and I'm rolling my shoulders. If you ever like see what boxers do when you kind of go uppercuts with each hand, rolling your shoulders over and over and over again. And I had just gotten good at it, where I could actually, well, hell, I could look like a pro, even though I could only fight like an amateur. And I look over, and I'm doing that, and I'm in my mind, and then I look over, and the first guy abruptly stopped. They probably went 75 yards, had 25 more to go. And once he got a clear look at me and what I was doing, he stopped. Everybody behind him bumped into him, and he turned around, and they all walked into each other, and then they went back to the van. They took my wife's flip-flops and left. Now, I didn't think anything really of it. I didn't know like what a snuff film was until one of my fellow students told me in graduate school. I had, just like little idea of the larger world. And what I just told you, I believe is, and Becky got really nervous because she, at the time that they were turning around, she yelled, Eddie, who are they? And, I'm in my own zone, and I didn't process it until they were pulling out, because they peeled out and took off. So we kind of, didn't feel too comfortable, but we left, and we wanted to take a peek at the back caves, and there's nothing really to see but a cave, big deal. So we drove back and turned in the car. So I think that, as I told you, what we did the first day, they gathered, they did their homework, gathered the information on us. I'll go as far to say as, she got a massage. There was probably, my father yells, yeah, God damn it, no way. Yeah, but I think they may have cameras in the rooms, or in the bathrooms, or in the massage area, because the whole experience in hindsight, it seems like a lot of what they did, they worked together. My wife, at 25 was beautiful, blonde, blue eyes, perfect in every way. And I think now, and she thinks too, that these people were trouble and that they were coming to get her, because they left the van door open. There was one guy at the van in the driver's seat. And, they weren't coming out there to pick shelves and to look at Nemo in the water. So
when they were walking up, they were hoping that it was your wife in the pool and not you. They saw you in the pool doing your boxing routine and was like, oh no, fuck this, we gotta go.
Yeah, they thanks for helping me to clarify that. We were both in the beyond the pool in the ocean, and I had come out of the ocean as they had already, like, say, made 40 yards or so, and coming out from being underwater and shadow boxing, and then coming out, my shoulders had striations and everything, and my grandfather's cousin, he said, my last name is Petrikowski. So if you look up Cassius Clay in the 1960 Winter Olympics, he said his cousins were no good. But anyways, one of them fought Ali for the gold medal. And he had a good first round, but after that it went downhill quick. And my father boxed, there's this little, whatever, genetic thing. But anyways, yeah, so I was in the ocean proper, got out, and was still rolling my shoulders, and thinking, when you're shadow boxing, you're envisioning in front of you. So I see them out of my periphery. And then when they get a good look at me, That's when guy number one stops, turns, and they all walk into each other. It kind of looked funny. But yeah, I was very naive, and in my mind, the world's good. It's beautiful. People, I'm kind of optimistic. Human nature's good. People are good. Dare to think positive. That was my gaming tag for a while. So yeah, I think if I were average, I think those 6 guys would have came, and I didn't know if they had any weapons or not, or maybe they just figured, 6 on 1, they'll just have their way.
Now, were any of them like of a large size? Were they like average size?
Oh yeah, good question. They were adults probably between the ages of 20 and early 30s, and they were locals, which would be olive skin, dark hair. I'm not sure how to.
No, you're doing fine.
Mexican. Pardon?
I say you're doing fine.
Yeah. So they were fully grown adults, but they weren't. None of them were, like bodybuilders, or it looked like to me like if they were able to, maybe they had knives or something. If they were able to take me out, I don't think they were interested in me. They could grab her and take off in the van and be done and be gone.
So at this point in your life, right? What's your stature? Like, how tall are you? What's your weight? You know what I mean? Because you're obviously getting into boxing, so you're in decent shape.
Yeah, I was in the best shape of my life. In fact, when I went back to school afterwards, I rode out this. I'm 51 now, and it's really time for me to get back in the gym so I can take care of my heart and everything. But I haven't been. I just rode out this good health the whole time, eating donuts in the library and drinking soda and stuff like that. My shape at that point in time was 5'10", 5'10" and a half. I fought 178 pounds, and 165 to 178. When I had one picture that got water on it as I look at back then, and I honestly I had no idea how good I looked, because you know what, I would go to the gym and I would get knocked around by 115-pound Latinos that knew how to box. It was kind of funny, but they taught me respect for sure.
Yeah, but I'm putting myself in the mind of these fuckers that were gonna try to grab you. You're walking up and you see this guy. He's ripped, fucking flexing muscle, and he's doing fucking boxing motions coming out of the fucking ocean. Yeah, I could see why you'd want to back off, even if it was 6 on 1, because you don't know what this guy's capable of doing. It's because it's always the wiry ones.
Yeah, they did not look. They looked typical, average. I don't think you're going to see a bunch of bodybuilders that take care of themselves, that are disciplined, that are essentially good people, positive people coming at us, like just what you would expect: 6 dirt bags, and somebody driving. And
they probably went into that mode where it's like, all right, I want this, but it's going to cost me this. Is it worth it?
Yeah, that's absolutely it. That's what I figure. And so there's all of these circumstances around the whole thing, the whole honeymoon thing, where they collect the information. I don't know what the purpose of the couple in their late 30s, early 40s. It was probably a test of some sort. I mean, I didn't even open my mouth, and I was glad my shades were dark, because I didn't even know if I should be looking. That's, how naive I am, inexperienced, because right now, if that happened, I'd probably take my sunglasses off and move my chair closer.
I got a theory on that, on the the woman and the man taking off their shirts and everything like that. So some people when they go on vacations or honeymoons and stuff like that, they have a little more fun than usual. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And maybe that they were trying to test to see if you might be open to that, and that might have been their way in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Their way in to possibly splitting us up, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like maybe this couple is like one of those open couples, and they might be into this, and that's their easy way in. They get you guys in, they separate you, say in a room or something like that, and then these other goons roll in.
Remember Darkwater's story with the military, hardened military people, and one of them goes and meets a senator, and I believe in his wife, and he neglects her, and she brings the guy into her bedroom, and yes, like that is, in hindsight, her husband looked like he could have been a senator, a little overweight. He'd never been in the gym before, but he was shaved nicely, you know what I mean? Clean cut. And she looked like possibly neglected because, you have kids on probably. I can't go into too much detail, but if you
it's 2:15 in the morning. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Big, large, beautiful breasts she had, the sugar cones that you get ice cream in?
Yeah.
Reduced the size a little bit, and her nipples were like sugar cones. And I was inside, I was like crumbling, like, oh my God, this is out of this world. And I tried to look on the internet and find something of her caliber to show a friend that I was working with a few years ago, and I couldn't. There's just nothing.
Was this couple local?
Oh, I have no idea. They looked like any old, the first impression at 25, 40 is old, right? So, but whoa, boy, once her clothes came off, just stunning.
Okay. This kind of reminds me of Hostel.
Oh, yeah.
Scary.
Where they try to get you to do something, then once you're in that act, they just come in and snatch you.
Yeah, right.
So, like when they were asking all the questions in the about like the timeshare and whatnot.
Yeah.
Did they like ask where you guys were staying and stuff like that?
Yeah, in fact, they did. I don't remember there were a lot of questions, and you'd think they just want to know about, a ballpark figure about your income.
Mm-hmm.
There was, like education, father's education, income, mother's education, address, like.
So that to me sounds like they were gathering. They definitely were gathering information, but I think the more pristine that information was, if they were able to grab you, that the more money they could have charged. Do you get what I'm saying?
Are you talking like a ransom?
No, not a ransom. Like if they were human trafficking.
Yeah. That's what. See, I think that these people, this crew of 7, they might have got say $500 each or $2,000 each, which would have been a lot, and then whoever was handling them could have sold her for $70,000. I mean, this is. I was going to do my dissertation on the intersection of the internet, violence, and sex, because it had to be cutting edge, and that in the year 2000, 2001, that was cutting edge.
Mhm.
So, and it was all new to me, and I've seen a lot, and from all of the things I've seen, and thinking about Natalie Holloway, and for a while I was learning to teach, and I had in my classes were I undergraduate criminal justice for Curtin College, Anna Maria, Westfield State, SUNY Albany, working on my own degree for the money and the experience and to build my resume. So in my state, in Massachusetts, at that time, 2 women went missing. In fact, give me a sec. Heather Bish was a lifeguard. Okay, now I'm telling these stories because the cops in my classroom, I put everybody in a circle because I want a discussion. These are all adults, and I'm learning from them too. And the cops almost had a fight. So I'm going to tell you, like, Molly Bish was a lifeguard. Her mom dropped her off at the, whatever time in the morning at the pond or lake. And mom noticed that there was a car there with some old guy smoking cigarettes, like maybe around 50 or older. And then later she gets a phone call, is your daughter coming into work? So people think that this guy grabbed her. Maybe the guy fell out of his car and feigned some kind of injury and asked for help and whatnot. But in terms of talking about that, the other one was Lisa Ziegert from Agawam. Molly Bish, I think, was Brimfield in that area, Sturbridge. So Lisa Ziegert was grabbed out of she was working in like a downtown store. I think it was like 8 or 9 in the morning. 2 people rushed in and grabbed her right after she opened and dragged her into a van, and the van took off. Now, let's go back to the classroom now where we're talking about violence and whatnot and investigations. And one cop that was in the Brimfield area says, oh, something about, well, what about Molly Bish? And you know what? If you motherfuckers didn't botch the investigation, and he's talking about the state police, he said, you guys came in and botched the investigation up, and the stateies turned and said, like, fuck you, hey, that it was you guys were on the scene first. They went back and forth about protocol and this and that. And I tried to tone it down, but I mean, these are, hey, if they would have gotten into a fight, it would have been a fight among equals, a fist fight. I mean, it was heated as they blamed each other, the locals versus the state police that were in there. So now to just finish that part of the story is my wife was working with Molly Bish's sister, lovely lady Heather. And years later, when I met her, I said, maybe we should talk. I want to tell you what I heard. And meanwhile, she told me that she thought her family thought it was some combination of the old boyfriend, a cop that was harassing her regularly, and that some of the last words he said to her was something like, oh, you'll see, or something like that. It was something that implied that that she was going to have some kind of consequence in one of their interactions. I don't know if the guy asked her for a date or something. I mean, she was young. She was like 15 or 16. So that's what her sister told me. And I shared, what this conversation was like. I don't remember the exact details. There were more details. And her sister had like a mini stroke the following day. And I didn't bring it up anymore. I felt bad for all of that. So, okay, but let's go over to Lisa Ziegert now. So again, I'm sitting in here with all these cops, and they brought up, and that's just like the Ziegert story. and this woman was found tortured. It was awful, ugly, evil. When the way she was found, she was just tossed aside in the woods. Okay, so where she was found, there were tracks, tire tracks, right? So the officers that she was found in Agawam, Massachusetts. I can't believe I'm saying this on the web this open. So, all right, this is all allegedly. Put all the allegeds in there, and all the caveats. I'm just going to tell the story, but pretend it's just entertainment or whatever. Okay. So, her body's found. There's tracks from the van. 3 of the tires on this van are identical. One is not a Firestone, some other kind of tire, So that would have been a great start. Okay, and it's all taped off and everything. And the chief of police at the time of Agawam rolled in, drove right through the police tape, and drove over all of the tracks all the way up to the end where the van had parked. Let's see what next. So here you got something suspicious, right? What? His son is the 2 suspects are his son and his son's friend, whose father is a made guy in the mob. So now the officers in the class were talking. They weren't heated. They were just sort of covering like how they believe that the chief botched the whole investigation, covering the tire tracks that were unique, that could have identified the van. Something was done with the van. I don't know, sold, painted, burned. I don't remember what happened. But as the conversation went on, here's where where it got interesting is when one of the officers had grown up next to one of these made guys, and he said, "No, I tell you, we go by the closet and he'd open the door and drop in some money, and it was like the size of a trash can full of money for the numbers and this and that." And then he concluded with, "And I'll tell you how this is handled." Because they never solved it. I'll tell you how this is handled. One day, her parents are walking through the mall, and somebody comes up with a briefcase behind them, and quickly says, "Here you are, hands it off. Sorry for your troubles," and takes off really quick. And there's 40,000 in the briefcase. So. He's basically he's telling us probably exactly what happened.
So
wow,
this I'm trying to find. So are you under the belief then that with some of these disappearances, even if they are by paranormal parties, that they've been kind of tracking the person that they're intending to catch, rather than sometimes being completely random at times?
Yeah, absolutely. With these cases, I think they put a little bit of time looking at their targets, and so for poor Molly Bish, there was an angry officer, chief, possibly, if I remember correctly, who was missing at certain hours. Just odd circumstances where, if you've seen the Molly Bish case on that show, Missing with the Psychics, I think they talk about how, and that's what the officers were arguing about. Well, yeah, goddamn year later, you guys took over the crime scene, and a freaking year later, somebody finds evidence right off the side of the trail. And that's covered in that show. I wouldn't have any of these details if I didn't, if I wasn't teaching the class. I don't even want to say what they did to her, but There were cigarettes, and it was just absolutely
So
ugly.
now the second case, do you think, now in your opinion, do you think it may have been a cop that did that and they were hiding it? That's why the captain or whatever drove over those tracks?
Yeah, I mean, you want to be a chief of police around here in a large community, you're going to be the probably one of the most highly trained overall in a general way. There's no way that this person did not know, that part of the investigation is tire tracks and whatnot. Everyone in the room was disgusted, with the fact that the chief just drove up and drove over all of the tire tracks, like right up to the body where the body was found.
That sends up huge. If that didn't send up red flags with everybody on the scene, they were all in on it,
right?
Now, one thing I do want to know, Eddie, is since you have been kind of looking at some of these disappearance cases, have you found any disappearances where there was no evidence of the person disappearing, of potentially, kind of circling back to one of the main topics that we were talking about tonight, portals, someone going through a portal and not knowing where that person went?
No, and I'm sorry if I steered the conversation away. I had just come on and I saw something about missing people.
No, you're fine. It's perfectly fine, man.
Well, yeah,
go
you're
any which way.
Yeah, you're good, man. That's a pretty intense story, dude. That I didn't expect that. That was pretty awesome.
Me either. Shit.
I'm
glad you guys got away from that shit. I am.
Yeah, the chief's son, his best friend was the son of a made man. So,
I just put two and two together. So it was probably the son of the made man probably did that shit. And the chief, not saying he was, not saying he wasn't, but he may have been on the take. And he was taxed like, yo, take care of this.
Yeah. Agawam is home to a lot of Italian influential, I'm just going to say, mobsters, if I could say that. I mean, in the city of Springfield in Western Mass, the business, more business takes place at I forget the name of the pastry shop, than the city hall. I mean, more business takes place in there with cappuccinos and pastries than what you'd see in city hall. So the mob is very, very powerful here. And I would not challenge them myself. I don't have the resources or anything, and neither would the police. I mean, this is a classroom of officers from across the state of Massachusetts, because there were satellite offices all over the state, and people were just picking up the courses and the credits that they needed to.
Now, one thing I do want to say, about disappearances or abductions, is that there is definitely a conspiracy about certain people being targeted for supernatural rituals, like saying they are a certain age, or they are a certain ethnicity, they are, or even more so, like, they oust out while in the middle of a vacation in Europe. Oh yeah, they're a virgin. Oh really? That means that maybe sometimes some of these shadow groups that are looking to do some rituals and looking for virgins, or looking for this, looking for that, they may hire these disappearers and get the subject that they want in order to do these rituals with them.
I like that term, disappearers. We got our first bot. Thank you,
man. This shit sounds like hostile. Like this shit really takes place.
With the first young lady, they deduced that rather, they found, and there's this whole controversy over how the guy just happened to walk in the woods behind his house and find a piece of her skull. And so that's how her sister knows that she is deceased. However, when I asked her how big this piece of skull was, it was relatively small and found alone in the woods, like it was almost put there. And if you look at what's going on now in this barn, what you'll see is the people that are working in here are taking off the ears of women, slightly adjusting them or turning them into cauliflower. The facial. These are plastic surgeons that are adjusting the nose, changing the cheekbones, the jaw, all of the things that you could use recognition software to identify. Mm-hmm. Everything is getting changed, and it's gross. It's very obvious what's going on. And at the time, all I was thinking of was bringing in facial recognition software. After that, I thought about using some spatial software that could search through Google to identify rooms in common patterns where you see, a couch here, the same color, the wall is this color, and there's a clock of this sort. And if you find matches, eventually you might be able to identify an address or something,
So, Lucas, you said, what do you mean by value and ritual based on religion?
I think they were talking about. Oh, go ahead.
So, in certain practices, certain ceremonies and spells, you need a certain type of sacrifice, and that's what he was referring to. Like there might be a spell might call for the sacrifice of a virgin. A spell might call for the sacrifice of a person with melanin in their skin or a Caucasian. It depends. That's what they meant by that.
Yep. That's what I meant.
That's interesting. I didn't think of that because what came to mind when you look at these beautiful young women, and at least what happened to one of them that's known was they were raped. Well, one of them was clearly raped and strangled and beaten and sex.
Sorry. But one thing I do want to say, Eddie, is have you ever thought about taking this kind of programming and trying to put it towards, say, cryptids or to the paranormal or supernatural?
No, and that's why I find what you're saying is really interesting, and I'm just learning now through Dark Waters and Vault, about hoodoo, witches, and you guys, and these stories, Dark Waters stories. That's all new to me. It's very interesting. I just looked at it from the point of that these are scumbags that can't. Don't have the wherewithal to charm a woman and to go out on a date, and but interesting stuff that you're talking about, Roth. And
yeah, because the weird, the paranormal, and all that stuff is my hometown basically, and finding new ways of helping humans essentially to get better acquainted with it is honestly one of my goals, just to help people not be freaked out as much. And if you have a thing that like this program you're talking about that can help you to deduce certain disappearances, maybe you can help deduce certain cryptid populations or deduce paranormal goings on through this algorithm you're using.
It could. I mean, there's just to talk about cryptids. I know that there's a genre of I don't know what it's called, but it looks like a CGI sort of software that that almost looks real, where you have a beast and a beautiful woman. And so, like the last times that I saw it, I'm looking at it thinking, is that a Bigfoot or a dog man? You know, you don't get a good look overall, but you know, they bring in the big like horse like penis and send it that way to that particular crowd. And I didn't even recommend that anyone. I didn't pray like Dark Waters does before and after dealing with that stuff, and it's awful. It's ugly, and you know, I had my own issues with after that with regular pornography, but that's a whole other.
Okay. So you're looking up some stuff, and you saw you saw some adult video. Yeah. I guess what I'm actually trying to help bring up in a point is more so about getting these accounts from people about these sightings and reports, and then using this the programming to find out population centers of where these things might be or where they might be going to. Finding out behavioral patterns of where they are going from into, like kind of what Dark Waters did with the United States map of the Dogmen.
Yeah. I didn't go into that much. I mean, I was thinking of ways of trying to take a new, how do you say it? When a new tool comes out, you hammer out the old data with it. And so, like, I was looking at, some of the older theories, like domestic violence. The people that get arrested for that, well, they live in buildings in cities that are, where people can hear punching going on through the next wall. Whereas if you go into the $500,000 homes that are separated by 2 or 3 acres, people can't hear what the neighbors are doing. And so, but the incidence of domestic violence appears to be the same. So I was going to try to figure out how to get the IDs. What I wanted to do is to get a human. You have to get like a permission to. I mean, I had drawn a pretty good overall plan where I was going to try to find out the income level of these people and do profiles. I mean, just redo old theories with this, with this emerging phenomena of, what's going on now is that people are, the difference, you would have a serial killer working alone in the 1970s or 80s. Now, since 2000 or so, you've got twisted people meeting twisted people, and now they're working together. It's a whole new, at that time, it was a whole new phenomena. Mm-hmm. And so I never thought of the supernatural and the spiritual as far as like you're thinking like, well, are they having like ceremonies out in the woods at night? Is that what you're thinking? Like
stuff like that, putting maps and putting dots on maps for where these things are happening more often than others. Because there are a lot of different charts that people have made about, okay, we've seen this stuff here, but we don't have enough cohesive maps put together saying where are the real population centers going with these kinds of phenomena happening, where these kinds of creatures being reported. Dark Waters has one so far with Dogman. I don't know if he's made any more, but just having more charts would help out people. I mean, because what if you want to go out on an investigation for, say, a murder by a Bigfoot? Like if you get a confirmed through the certain parties that a Sasquatch killed a person, being able to figure out where the more aggressive types are, just stuff that'll help people with their investigations into these creatures or into phenomena or paranormal happenings, so that way they have a better clear picture of what they're about to go into or what they can give information wise to other people, so that way if they live around those areas they kind of know, okay, this kind of population is here, so I'm living near less aggressive Bigfoot, so I don't have to worry as much about X and Y, or I'm living near some rather nasty territory, so I have to kind of give more caution to the wind. No, not caution to the wind, but just give more caution to how I go about certain areas, like if I'm out in the woods hunting.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm sorry, like Shell in the chat brought up a very interesting thing about adrenochrome and the conspiracy about certain people's taking fetuses or taking that kind of stuff and trying to use that as like a new
right, torturing the kids, getting their adrenaline up, the fear, and then drinking blood.
Yeah. So okay, from at least from my understanding of that whole thing is for the adrenochrome stuff, I don't necessarily know if that has any relevance, like on a purely medical or something. I honestly think that might any of that stuff that might go on in the shadow communities probably has more to do with purely ritualistic means rather than medical or scientific means. So then if there's kids being disappeared by these shadow groups, it's for ritualistic and supernatural means. So if they are doing something like, say, if this person has found a way to do a ritual to prolong his youth, versus in certain ways, then yeah, I could definitely. And also if Truth or Bass wants to talk about kind of that adrenochrome subject, like what they've heard about it, because on the other side of the veil, it's adrenochrome is like, well, what is that?
I just finished by saying that these that the police in my area, 99% of them are so good. I mean, they put their life on the line and die to protect you. These are just a few oddballs. And finally, just to answer your question and move on, Ralph, is that the only thing I'd ever noticed with regards to spirituality was I was at a Guns N' Roses concert with my girlfriend. There was one seat to my right and then the aisle. And some kid, again, this is the time that I was boxing, and some kid that was probably a runt, 140 pounds, I thought it was his seat, walked up, was alongside of us, and, we're just enjoying the music. And then probably a half hour later, he says, hey, would you, the exact words, like, hey, would you like to, how do you say it when you give something? Oh, the sacrifice. Would you like to sacrifice your girlfriend to the devil, her to the devil? And now, in hindsight, oh yeah, I would have turned around and laid this guy out. Well, I thought, I'm enjoying this concert. Is this fucking kid nuts? Is he, because he's, 30 pounds less than me and a scruffy dirtbag. Is he really asking me that? I immediately said no, but I didn't even, you got to get older. You got to be more mature or more wise. That's the only experience I've had with that. And thank you for letting me interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. But yeah, like Truth, like what are like some of the things that are going on in the chat. Sorry, I'm sorry if I dragged the conversation in a new direction, but
that's all right. All right, well, guys, I think we're gonna end this because I gotta be to work in like an hour and a half. But Eddie, wow, dude,
yeah,
I was not expecting that. That's crazy, and I thank you for coming on and sharing that with us.
A pleasure. I love you guys. You got
an open invite anytime you want to come on, man.
Yeah, thanks, bro. I'm usually just enjoying joking around in the chat, trying out my humor. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. All right, guys. So we're gonna cut this. We're gonna end this, and everybody go over to Sean G's show tomorrow. You will be talking with an alien contactee. This should be pretty interesting. All right. Well, we're gonna end this, and thank you all for listening to us rant and rave for about 4 hours. And we'll see you guys on the next one. Boop, boop.